Cultivando Van Beats. Витіваний вам біц.
I am so sorry for that. For our last player, we have Duck Duck with a 1.33 KD, 40% SRV, 0.8 KPR, and a KDA of 128, 96, and 56. Again, very, very high KDs for these leagues, if you ask me. Even their supporting players, not a single player negative. That is what we're talking about when we say we've got some heavy hitters on Cincinnati Red. But Yashiru, or actually, I'm sorry, we've got actually a quote from Cincinnati Red, and that is going to be, finally, a non-Ohio team. And you know what? With how many Ohio teams are out there and how many matchups they've gotten stuck with, I think that's probably the most valid quote that we're going to see pretty much in this entire league. Ohio, you guys really rep yourselves because you got a lot of presence there. But Yashiru, go ahead and take it away with Davenport and what they've got running.
All right, first up, we got Nazaru. His KD is 1.53 with a survive rate of 46%, a KPR of 0.82 with a KDA of 121, 79, and 20. And then we got Toothless. We have a KD of 1.44, a survive rate of 41%, a KPR of 0.84, and then a KDA of 124, 86, and 27. And then we got Power, Power, with a KDA of 1.16, a survive rate of 38%, a KPR of 0.72, and then a KD of 44, 38, 15. We have, oh my gosh, and then we have Chappie, who is 1.01 KD, a survive rate of 39%, a KPR of 0.62, and then a KDA of 91, 90, and 31. And then we have Irish, who has a KD of 1.29, a survive rate of 34%, a KPR of 0.85, a KDA of 106, 82, and 28. And their quote is, "We are more than capable to show everyone that we own this league. We've played UC many times, and they are good friends of ours. But we are here to win. We are friends before and after, but during the match, being friends doesn't matter. Winning does." Dang. They got some competition. I mean, like, that sounds like a threat, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think it's a threat that they very much intend on carrying out. And that's what we love to see. It's all about the competitive spirit, which I, for one, am all about. And speaking of competitive spirit, we can see that in the maps that they have chosen to play out for this upcoming matchup. So let's take a quick look at the maps that they're going to be playing and the bands as well. We're going to be starting off with Oregon, and then we're going to be moving on to Consulate and Skyscraper. I'm going to be honest, Oregon is a little bit of a scary pick for, if you ask me, but those are the matchups that we're going to see. It's kind of surprising that we still have, like, you know, those very 50-50 maps like Oregon. But, you know, if Davenport really thinks they've got that confidence, you know, to just win it out, then we better see it, because Oregon is their pick, and if any maps to do it, it's going to be your first map. Maybe they'll have some strong initial momentum. I mean, what do you think on seeing Oregon of all maps off the rip? I'm a little bit surprised that, one, that it's the first map, and two, that it's even on the board in the first place.
Yeah, their stats are pretty very similar to each other, where their map survival rate, they're all in the same like score section. Davenport looks like it's a little bit higher, so I guess, I mean, it's their map, so we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, but I mean, if there's one thing that I've learned, it's that the first of anything is always when there's the most opportunity for things to go wrong, especially on attack. And that's the thing you got to keep in mind, is that Davenport, while this is their map, they will be starting off on attack, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm reading this correctly. And that's really iffy because that means that you're not as warmed up on attack because you're on the first map. It really comes down to how much you've prepared prior to this. And really it comes down to getting that first round. And Oregon is one of those maps that can be really infamous for getting that first round because a lot of teams what often happens is they won't pick up a single round until they get to first floor. And that's great and all, but that leaves you at a 4-2 situation, and that puts a lot of pressure on you to do exactly the same. So, I mean, it could work, but it could also really not work out. So we'll have to keep an eye on Davenport's ability to attack there. But let's talk a little bit more about Consulate and Skyscraper. From my knowledge, Consulate has not really had a whole lot of prominence. We have seen Consulate here and there, but I wouldn't say by any means it's a mid-tier pick as far as popularity. I would say it's still on the lower end in equivalence to maps like Nighthaven or maybe even Skyscraper. What do you think, Yashira?
It's definitely a weird one, especially with the new rework. I've been seeing like it's coming up there, but not anywhere close to like one of the OG maps like Chalet or Clubhouse. Um, but I mean, I'm excited to see Consulate because I want to see what Davenport brings to the table because it looks like they haven't ever played it in this league, so who
So we're
knows what we're gonna see.
Yeah, very massive toss up. And if they've held that map with strats this entire time, we could really see a spectacle there. Because, I mean, if you've got that little of map presence, and considering how dominant both Davenport and Cincinnati Red have been thus far with the way that they've cleared out their wins, it's very, very likely that this is an intentional move of, or at least this is intentional to have not played a map a single time. Or it really could just be that they really don't have that experience with that map, which is interesting if that's the case, considering it's the second map and not the very last. So it's really
Yeah.
hard to say whether or not, that it's just bands weren't in their favor and, Cincinnati Red had just a little bit more control to get that map, or if they've got something special, in their pocket. Because one thing I do want to point out when it comes to playing Consulate, you don't have long corridors for flank drones and stuff like that anymore. They used to be very prevalent on Consulate pre-rework, but that is not a thing anymore. It is very difficult to be able to get the information you need from a single stationary drone. Active droning and active information is infinitely, why can I not say that word, more valuable than really any other map. I would say almost on the level Oregon, actually probably, or not Oregon, Border. Actually, I would say probably even more than Border, because at least Border, you have some corridors in massive spaces, like, waiting room, 90 Hall. There's none of that on Consulate, or dang near none of that. So, I mean, it's a unique map that poses a unique challenge that Cincinnati Red is going to have to answer, as they will be the ones that are attacking first when it comes to that map. But, I mean, now, what about Skyscraper, Yashiro? Do you got any information on how these teams have played on that map, or really what their experience is for those maps?
Yeah, so Davenport looks like their map, sir, SPR is pretty high. It's a lot higher than UC Red. But other than that, they look like pretty similar to how they are from Oregon. Um, so I'll be excited like to see this entire.
Yeah, it sounds like trying to take the offense on Oregon and taking Consulate
Grand,
clean is going to
yep,
be,
Consulate, and then you have like a neutral-ish map of Skyscraper where
yeah.
it's not a default map, but it's definitely a little harder.
No, absolutely. And I feel like, or I suspect that for Cincinnati Red, their kit to winning this is gonna be, taking Oregon against, Davenport, forcing that win, and then, sustaining Consulate so they don't really have to go to Skyscraper. Because the reason I say that is that yes, the teams may be similarly stat on Skyscraper, but having a really high SVR is very, I would say, atypical on Skyscraper. And that's just because typically these rounds clear out because of the way these maps are designed before you even get a chance to plant. And I would say more so than any other map. I would say probably Skyscraper is the one map that probably has the least amount of plants or diffuses on any other map. And if that's the case and you have a very high SVR, that is a red flag because that means that you are keeping numbers all the way to up to execute. And on a map like that, that cannot be the case for defense because once they are knocking at your door and they have that setup, all it takes is one rogue attacking element and have the vertical or the horizontal, depending on the site, displaced just enough to get an execute going that it's going to rain havoc for defense. So if Davenport, and you said it was Davenport, right, that had that higher SVR?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if they're able to keep their numbers up and still successfully displace Cincinnati Red, I feel that they are going to be in a particularly dangerous situation. So the name of the game for Cincinnati Red, in my opinion, is going to be to force Oregon and take Consulate. I mean, Consulate was their pick. Oregon was not, but Oregon is the most 50-50. Otherwise, I feel like they're going to be at an uphill battle for Skyscraper. But
I would see Oregon as like definitely a mental map. Like how they start is really how this whole game's gonna go because Oregon, like you keep saying, it is a 50-50. So and it's so default. So any small mistake, like they'll just go for it. They'll like exploit each other. So I
agreed.
think that's like how it'll go from there. Cause then that mental that like play will then carry over to Consulate and Skyscraper unless like they have something else out of their pocket.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think the other thing, with Oregon is just like you said, it's that consistency. It's the ability to not let up those gaps because whatever gap there is, if either team is able to find any on each other, considering how well these teams have played throughout the season, is gonna get just dug deeper and deeper and deeper until the other teams just have to change something up to a play that's not as consistent. And that's also another thing, adaptability. If an exploit is uncovered, how quickly can a defending team, be able to flush that out with a new rotation? And that's where Oregon kind of shines in the sense of where we start seeing variation from, the Borgen trope, right?
Oh yeah.
Is when these teams have exploits on attack and they start picking up rounds, what does the defense do in response? And I think that's also a very important thing to keep in mind when it comes to who takes this, because if Oregon picks or if the attacking team picks up a round on attack that they usually aren't supposed to, which like I said is second floor or basement, that is really bad for defense as they're going to have to come up with an answer for that. And it also comes up to, do we force first floor early and hope that we can take this, or do we just rerun it? You know what I mean? And wait for the other strong site that we didn't lose to come up. Those are the questions that start to get raised if attackers are able to pick up a non-standard round. Because I mean that's usually right. Usually how it plays out is a 4-2-4-2 split, and we often see overtime on Oregon. But Yashiru, it does look like the lobbies are now ready to go. You ready for this?
Hell yeah. Who do you think, very quick, who do you think is going to take this? Take it all.
Tough say, because I mean, this map, while it is the kind of the biggest mix-up, oh my gosh, that's such a hard answer. But I mean, if I had to guess, it's the caster's curse, and I'm scared to answer because of that too. I don't want to curse the other team because I'm kind of infamous for that. But I mean, honestly, whatever the community goes with, I say is gonna be what I go for because I really don't know. I think this is the biggest toss up of any map, really.
Oh yeah. I just kind of want UC to win because I like their hats. Like their pictures are immaculate. I love the animal hats. But I mean Davenport, they kind of come in badass and scary.
Yeah.
So I don't know what will happen.
Yeah, I don't know. To be fair, I really like the glasses. Oh, which team was that? Which one had those baller shades? Yeah, or it was Cincinnati Red with pumped. I'm sorry, those glasses are
Oh
too
yeah.
clean, too clean. I was thinking about that. I'm like, man, this man is really up there with class and style. I love those shaders, dude.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of which, I'm thinking of getting some glasses from Oakley's. Get some clean shades like those myself. Because I'm telling you, when you're driving at 4 o'clock and that shining light hits you at sundown, you cannot see anything. I, yeah, I mean, I've almost gotten into several accidents because of it. Not fun. And in a company vehicle, maybe get fired if you get in an accident. I don't know. I haven't gotten in an accident. I really hope that never happens. But anyway, other than shades, but I mean, like I said, when it comes to picking a map, what's gonna be or as far as who wins this map, it's just I I'm gonna throw a wild card here, and I'm gonna take a guess and go with Cincinnati Red. And the only reason that I'm saying that is because their KPRs and KDs are just a bit more consistent, I would say. Well, maybe not the KPRs, but the KDs. And I feel like if Cincinnati Red is able to force these gunfights out, right? Like take that initiative. That's all. That really is all it takes to get a successful attack. You know what I mean? Is doing that. But I mean, I don't know if Davenport plays this well, and especially if they bring Tuba, which I think is unrealized potential. I feel like, using a witty op like that to stall one section to push so you can isolate out the other is a really smart strat that, in my opinion, has not been realized enough with this new operator. And I feel like if any team was to try something like that, it would be Davenport. And if they did, I feel like they'll have Cincinnati Red on the ropes when it comes to the swap. But I mean, what do you think? Do you think Tuba will have an impact here, or do you think we might even see a ban of Tuba Yoshiru?
I'm not sure. I haven't played the new app yet, so I'm not like all quite sure like what they'll bring. I haven't played ranked or like seen anything with the new app. Um but I think Davenport is gonna. I have to bet on the opposite of you. I think Davenport's gonna win, just from how consistent they're, uh, like. Oh no, sorry, not consistent. How unpredictable they are, because they don't have anything on consulate, and they, like, and that's like my only factor is that they don't have anything on consulate, and I think they're gonna dominate in consulate.
I mean, it's very possible, and I mean, yeah, it really all depends on that consistency, and that's really like the biggest question. And I think it's also, a matter of how are these teams, at least on attack, going to make or, create that opening, and how will whoever defends respond to that. And I cannot stress this enough when it comes to Oregon. Consistency is key. Even if, right, you take a single attack round, like second floor or basement, it doesn't matter. And if you win first floor every time and then you take it to a 3-3 split, that is your game. You lock it up. You do not give second floor or basement. You do whatever you can, right, to
Mm-hmm.
throw off those picks as much as possible. Because what you don't want is like a predictable cycle of second floor, basement, first floor, second floor, basement, first floor. So what that does is it gives time to prepare to take an attack round. And I feel like if they can try to introduce some kind of unpredictability while still sustaining that 4-2, if whichever team is able to pick up a single attack round, on second floor basement, I feel like whatever team wins that will be who comes out on top. Unless, of course, the other team is able to manage a 3-3 on their half of attack as well. That, I think, is really the important thing to look forward to. But regardless, it does look like we're still kind of waiting on some players to come in. Unfortunately, that's surprising considering it's the grand finals. But tell me, Yashiru, when did you finish your finals? You said you're done, right?
Yeah, I finished like most of my stuff like was finished at the beginning of the week, maybe in like last week, just because I have to get everything turned in today because there's like a showcase for like all the student projects and whatnot. So
Huh.
yeah. Um
Yeah, I've never really heard of that before. That's kind of new to me. Last time I had to do like a portfolio kind of thing was when I took some stupid art class when I was in middle school. I hated art class because I can't draw. Oh my gosh. If you've ever seen me draw, it's so bad. Oh, what's that Discord game where you can like draw stuff and it just usually downhills catastrophically?
I don't know the Discord one. I know there's like Scribbly.io though.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, Gardic Phone, Gardic Phone. My
Oh,
drawings
yeah.
are always so bad, and I get made fun of ruthlessly for how abysmal my drawings are. And usually in the prompts, they'll say a prompt and then they'll put in parentheses, "Nick, you're terrible at drawing." I get dogged on. But
But
regardless of the banter, it does look like we are finally getting into our first match of Oregon. This is it, folks. The beginning to the season's end. Tell me, Yashir, what do you think we're going to see for bands? Are we going to see something kind of basic and standard, or are we going to go all out with flashy bands? I mean, these teams do have a lot of information on each other, so...
That is true. I think they're gonna do default bans just because it's such a default map. I mean, there's not too many like unique ops that you could do unless you're targeting, but like Osa, it's pretty okay. I mean, like,
yeah,
pretty standard, shuts down blue. It makes like blue taking blue a little harder. But
I think if these teams play smart, yeah, the Ying band, that's expected. I think if either of these teams are going to play smart as far as bands, I think they get rid of Tuba. And once again, the reason why is because it's very easy to lock up the second floor and basement. If you want to, or really all it takes is one push, and the second you're in, that space is so deadly to the defense. And a Tuba band pretty much single-handedly prevents that, because everything else can be easily shut out. You can't shoot out an active player who can throw, those little ice bombs. And there it is! I called it, ladies and gentlemen! Cincinnati Red is cooking. Cincinnati Red knows how important it is to pick up that one round. And ladies and gentlemen, they're not going to give it to Davenport. Or they're going to give themselves that opening when it comes to attack. They know how crucial it is and how devastating Tuba can be to shut that down. This is exactly what I was talking about when it comes to playing Oregon. That was the outlier because he's been so prominent and so strong from what we have seen in, initial analysis of him as an operator. But with that being said, wow, we are starting out on first floor. That is extremely surprising. And with the early meeting hall reinforcement onto rear stage, Davenport knows that they're going here. I really do wonder how they're going to adapt to this. They're still keeping power with the Maverick, but they are going to switch Ash over to Ace. Oh, it does look like they're going to switch over to Dekebi, Jackal, and Ace. Yashir, what do you think on going first floor this early on? Do you think that this could pay off? I mean, granted,
I think it's going to pay off. I love when teams do this. This is like when I play comp, I try getting my team to go to these weird sites because it stops the flow. You expect the unexpected, and then just like rocks the whole boat, the whole plan, because it's like, oh wait, no, wait, where, like, why are they going there? It's not
right. And remember that the weakest point in attacking is always going to be the very beginning, because you don't know what the strategy is or what they're presenting for that specific matchup or that game. So the best chance to win first floor is going to be on the first round. So, I mean, there is absolutely credit to doing this, but I mean, if Davenport has got it like that, that could be dangerous for Cincinnati Red, as Davenport will already know the keys to success. This is like the most volatile point in that, and we're already starting to see them push into clearing trophy room and kids. So far, walls open. They haven't really caught anyone just yet, as Cincinnati Reds playing this really passive here, just waiting for them to push. But they are a little bit separate as far as positioning goes, and with the attic wall open, we could start to see a little bit of trouble if Bringe gets pushed out without proper cover from Dark Matter here. But they really haven't started any kind of push, and, you know, there is opportunity to take some kind of initiative here. They do know where both of these vertical Cincinnati players are. So it's just a matter of time before there it is. The first pick of the match, ladies and gentlemen. Bridge to take Faker, but not before a prompt refrag from Traps as he pushes in, or she pushes into kids. Looking for Dark Matter, does catch them completely off guard from the rotate. And there is the execute. Oh, but Kodiak will be able to take power in the process. It's now looking at a 2-2. They do have vertical, but they have less all-around presence by losing those two players, Dekebi and Ace. We will see a hatch drop. Oh, but Pup will be able to catch him. Looking for another. It does look like they do have some onside presence, but not without losing another. And Duck to take one. Kodiak to finish the job as Cincinnati Red shuts down this forced pressure from Davenport.
Oh yeah, that round was definitely I could see Davenport like trying to get a plan, but just not all cohesive together. Especially I think some of what they were missing was information where they're needing to go. After they got that, after they took upstairs, they like couldn't get through it.
Yeah, that was definitely a more interesting kind of approach, you know, trying to establish that direct presence. But like you said, with how Cincinnati Red was positioned, you know, not having that information ended up backfiring because, you know, Davenport couldn't get those ideal direct fights by such an unsurprising drop that they were looking for. And I mean, the security player with that rotate was able, or double rotate, was able to do so much damage, you know, being able to completely shut down their ability to execute a plan, because once again, they didn't have the information needed to, you know, to kind of force this early execute that would have potentially thrown them off here.
But we go downstairs, which is pretty bunker default type of site after you go through the first one. It looks like the ops that they're picking, and how the attackers respond. Looks like they're gonna do get the hatches, clear from small over, flush the roamers out, as so is roaming.
Yeah, it does look like they're going to be going for a potential, you know, kind of extended roam here. But, I mean, they are already getting that top clear, but it does look like we got Pup already trying to beat him to the punch. Holding by White Stairs is going to fall back. They will be able to get that top-down control. And from the looks of it, from Cincinnati Reds composition, they don't really have too much as far as utility stalls. So it really is all about that roam. Otherwise, Davenport might be able to get more setup that's going to allow for, you know, those kind of unexpected timings that Cincinnati Red could really, you know, hurt from if Davenport was to do the same back to them. But, I mean, oh, here's Pup, or by security, going for that clear. Oh, but has no idea. Holding the aggressive angle pays out, with, or pays off with Duck, able to take another, but tries to rotate out, and that's going to be Tooth, able to clear him out, but with that being said, already 2 players down. That's not a very good start, as now that the roamers have essentially fallen back in full, it's going to be a lot more difficult to, you know, to pick up any picks here prior to the execute for basement, which is going to put them on a little bit of pinch. They're going to have to coordinate and time this push basically perfectly. Otherwise, they're not really going to get, you know, the execute they're looking for. They could possibly get isolated one at a time. But if Cincinnati Red does overextend, that positional gap alongside, you know, even out those numbers could be just what they need. So, I mean, this is still winnable for Davenport if they hold their due diligence. But Cincinnati Red is at an advantage as long as they don't give an opening here. This is kind of the important piece of it, is not, you know, overextending, because this can easily turn a 180 if Cincinnati Red makes a wrong move here. And with 40 seconds remaining, it does seem like Cincinnati Red is on top with the time, but like I said, all it takes is one snap for everything to turn around. And we have Tooth over by Bunker, possibly going to try to push the shield. The Thatcher's now going out. There's no one over by Bunker. This is the opportunity to possibly push out, but we are going to see that swing out come out. Oh, Nazuru going to be able to take Dark Matter, but with Wamai still alive, Bridge still holding that shield, waiting for someone to push up. Duck Duck trying to catch the Pillow Player. The Flash comes out. They are starting to push out, and Power does catch Kodiak. Bridge goes down as well, and Execute well turned as it's now in a 1v3. Gonna have to stop the Fuser. Oh, but gets caught out by Tooth trying to take out the Fuser. Does get the down, I believe, but it was still too late.
Yeah, that round was a very tricky round. I'm surprised Davenport got through that because their two people that died were the people who could get rid of the Azamis and all that good utility. So go them. I mean, they pushed, they were very aggressive, and they won their gunfights.
Yeah, and wait a minute. What's this? They're going to kitchen and dining hall again? Cincinnati Red, what are you cooking right now? This is really atypical. I mean, I guess Cincinnati Red really has a more defined setup, really putting a high emphasis on throwing off Davenport, because, usually it's kind of presumed that when you go first floor, that's kind of the bonus round. But, I mean, with Davenport winning basement, that's not really the case, and I guess Cincinnati Red was kind of anticipating that, so it's kind of putting that, more of that emphasis on first floor, not only to try to mess with Davenport here, but also to counteract that fact that there's a real possibility that Davenport, with their very high tradability, that they will not, you know what I mean? Like, they're gonna pick up and force some attack rounds, which clearly they have, picking up their first attack round only into round 2.
Yeah, I'm curious of how this round will go, because if this round goes to Cincinnati, I think that if you just meet like where their weaker spot is, if you don't meet them at the door, because when they went basement, it was more of a bunker compared to like the meeting and dining where they were more aggressive. Because right now they're doing the same stuff where they're going to be aggressive instead of like basement where they were where they were bunkering and whatnot.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a change there. Seeing how they're taking more initiative to kind of stall out that vertical, because that's kind of what allowed for that potentially dangerous situation with that hatch drop. Luckily for Cincinnati Red, it went in their favor, but I mean, it could, if they lost, if Cincinnati Red lost that fight against, Davenport over by security, that could have been easily their round. And I think Cincinnati Red recognizes the severity of that potential situation happening again. So they're better committing, to preventing that as much as possible. But you got to keep in mind how much time Davenport has here. All it takes is a clear gone wrong, and it's trouble. I mean, look, you got Power and Tooth all the way by rear stage. And, I mean, that, split push caused some problems, but not for Pup. Able to take the Zaru from that angle, Tooth trying to clear out that kid's angle. But so far, Cincinnati Red has the second floor position locked in, which could really backfire down the line. Pup gonna sustain some serious damage from Chops, but not gonna be able to down. And with a minute remaining and pretty much only Chaps, try to finish up this vertical front, it's not going to look good, as Duck will be able to take Power, now putting up that Keeper to block off that line of sight, and they're still getting contested from above by Kodiak and Pup. This is not looking good as they are losing that vertical. Oh, but it does turn around. Faker able to take Pup here. Kodiak now stuck in a corner here. Gonna try to fall back after taking serious damage. Will be able to get that. And I mean, the damage is already done. Cincinnati Red at a person advantage. 30 seconds remaining. Bridge holding by security, waiting for Faker to just walk in. Gets that clear. 25 seconds remaining. Davenport has basically ran out of options. They're gonna have to make a move at some point. Tooth to take Kodiak, taking that initiative, but with no time remaining, they're gonna have to drop and try something eventually. Chops trying to take this fight over at the dining hall, not able to get it, and goes down along with Tooth. as Dark Matter and Duck Duck clear the way for another defense round on first floor.
Yeah, that round looked more so Davenport was a little stalling. Like I'm pretty sure if Cincinnati like continues meeting them at the door and wasting that time, they could. I see potential that they could take this map. Um, because I think another thing with Davenport is that if they didn't lose Therm right off the back as well, I think Therm could have gotten that like where the kitchen breach, I think it is, from meeting where Maverick died. But yeah, it looks like we're not gonna go downstairs though anymore. I mean, we're back upstairs. So I think Cincinnati also sees that like Davenport, you meet them at the door and they have a little difficulties of clearing people and whatnot with how much time, because they're wasting a lot of time. They might get them, but they waste so much time.
Yeah, that vertical hold was so clean. I mean, you know, Davenport was really anticipating Cincinnati Red, you know, kind of overextend, but with that, you know, aggressive, you know, initial entry denial. But, I mean, it just never came. But when they did try to push, that immediate pushback, you know, from Cincinnati Red really put them on the ropes, you know what I mean? Because it was kind of, it seemed like they were anticipating getting that vertical with how it went last time, but it just never came. And, you know, that kind of created a unique problem of horizontal, you know, trying to force something because vertical just really wasn't there other than, you know, to kind of displace from holding vertical on those push points. But even then, you know, Duck Duck still able to clear, you know, or clear a player on that horizontal front, pretty much shutting that down. And it does look like we are going to see already some very early, you know, presence close to sight. We've got Chaps going a nade, trying to hold and get some entryway into trophy room. They do have the clear. They know that there's nothing by lobby side thanks to the droning from Davenport. And this is going to allow them to get very close, uncomfortably so, to Cincinnati Red. But Bridge will manage to be able to force already an early elimination onto Tooth. And with Gridlock now off the board, this now opens a lot of opportunity for flanks here. And I mean, look how directly Davenport is pushing this out. We can see a lot of flanks and aggression from Cincinnati Red if they so choose it. And Nazaru going down as well. They got the walls open, but at what cost? Losing another player. That's going to make things really tricky, as they're now going to have to deal with multiple players dealing with 2 points of entry, right? It's not just now 1 with 2, but we will see Faker going to be able to take out Dark Matter here, able to take that fight from below, you know, trying to turn that flanking potential against them, and that will set them up at least a bit better here. But I mean, look at how much control Davenport initially had and is now gone. Bridge gonna get spot out, but will be able to make a clean getaway. And I want you to take a look at what we just saw there. There is a basement player lurking around, and that could be potentially disastrous. With time running out, they're gonna have to start making a move. It will get spotted by Kid, does go down, but not before Chops able to take another player for a refrag here. Oh, but Bridge will be able to take him out as well. Power taking one as well. I mean, the trade's going back and forth, but not going to be able to finish the job with time not on his side. Intel not really quite there. And I mean, heads dropping left and right. Trades back and forth. And trades don't really matter when you're at the person disadvantage.
Oh, yeah. I think another thing that I'm seeing about Davenport as well is that they're not droning. Like, they bring IQ, and I guess they bring Jackal for, like intel, but it looks like they just, like, put those pre-places, and then that's all they do. They don't do, like, any active droning, because it looked like, at least for the Ash that was downstairs, like, in the Mav, like, they didn't even, I don't know if they knew, like, Jaeger was, coming up or not.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing as well is just, you know, when it comes to Jackal, right? Tooth playing Jackal, that is a strong pick if they want to go for that approach. But the issue, right, that makes this not so effective is the fact that there's really not a whole lot of heavy roaming, at least not initially, from Cincinnati Red. It's either they're kind of, you know, anchoring or, well, maybe not so much anchoring, but kind of lurking, and this causes those footprints to expire, and that creates a problem, you know, where Jackal's just not able to get the impact that they want. Those scans are going to be weak, they're not going to last for long, and I think that kind of, you know, eliminates the potential from Jackal, because it's not really an active roaming style, or if it is, it's very off the beaten path where you would go for standardized roam clearing, and I think that's where you get a lot of trouble. No way,
Just
did
he
you?
misdrawn?
I
No,
think he did.
I don't think so. I think he like just quickly redroned it.
I don't know. I for Tooth's sake, I'd hope that he did catch him. Oh, there it is. Now he knows for sure. Oh, but we are gonna see Cody, or I'm sorry, Pup, try to force her way back down, and that's really the only option she has, is she's stuck in a corner. I'm surprised Davenport doesn't take this, as there's really only one player to try to take this fight on a Pup. There's no one. Oh, there it is. You know, I stand corrected. I was waiting for that. I mean, when you've got a player saying isolated, you gotta take that every time. And Davenport knows better. They did take it. Not gonna say that that positioning exactly paid off. You know, the droning came in from Davenport when they needed it, and having, you know, a player like Pup out so early on is gonna be really helpful for them. But I do want to note that they still lost 4 drones thanks to her. So I mean, she did still get some impact, stalled a little bit of time, but not a whole lot. And on top of that, it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of presence here, which could give Davenport, you know, some unrelenting, you know, setup as far as getting ready for an execute. And I think that is potentially dangerous and maybe even a mistake. But they do have power with Lion, Tooth on Jackal, and they pretty much have every corridor that you can push from cut off, except for rear stage, but we're not really seeing much movement from Cincinnati Red, and I worry that this could potentially cause some issues, you know, when it comes to execute, because all it takes, once again, is one rogue player, and they have that space to do that, or one entry in a 5v3, and it's gonna be trouble. Bridge gonna sustain a lot of damage there, but not gonna get taken out by any means. Oh, but we will see a little bit of aggressive peaks from Bridge over by Rotate, or I believe that's Bridge. That might be someone else. I might be mistaken. And they are gonna, oh, that's gonna be Duck taking out Tooth from that vault angle. That's gonna be a huge pick for Cincinnati Red, because anything that displays this push as the time runs down is going to be valuable. Oh, but Dark Matter doesn't spot the pillar player, Faker and Nazaru to take 2, but not before Bridge gets power out. Duck still holding his corner. Oh, and a swing to take him out as well. It's now a 1v2. They're going to have to get the plan for this. One push close to rotate. Oh, Duck not ready for it, as Faker just trucks on to the rotate to finish, or for Faker to finish Duck off. Now, that is Davenport's second attack round. Cincinnati Red is going to have to take this in order to bring it to a 4-2 split, which is the standard, but definitely not through standard means. I mean, look how much they've played first floor. That's a lot more presence than you would typically expect to see on this sort of map.
Yeah, I think I don't know what's going to happen anymore, because Davenport, we were just talking about how they don't drone, they don't really get, like, too much information. They literally droned so much that last round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I'm not sure what will happen. Do you have any more predictions, or changing your mind, or seeing where this will go?
I feel like we could potentially see Davenport come out on top here, and here's why. Cincinnati Red has played first floor so much that Davenport is now very familiar with how they like to hold first floor. And I mean, we're still seeing the same staple players. Pup on Legion, Dark Matter on Maestro, or Duck on Ozami. Why could I not remember her name? And I mean, Davenport knows exactly what kind of BS that Cincinnati Red is going to be pulling. They know how important it is to get second floor and how much they struggled. And I don't feel like Cincinnati Red is going to be ready for how aggressively they are going to take this vertical. And if they're not, then Davenport takes this round, because that's really what screwed them over, right? Was, you know, not having the information that they needed to get, especially with the composition at hand, and, you know, losing and coming out negative on the vertical. But I mean, once again, same amount of players above and in the same, relatively same positions. If they take this, right, which they kind of have to, that will be huge. And we already are seeing that change of pace as Pup tries to play aggressively, but Chops will be able to catch that. Now, Kodiak all alone in kids, and this is really dangerous, as without support, this is going to force a fallback or possibly another pick. This is exactly what I was talking about for Davenport to take this round. They know how Cincinnati Red plays this, and they are not giving any grounds to Cincinnati Red. And I feel like if Kodiak doesn't take the initiative or fall back here, she's going to run out of options. Chat will take a lot of damage, but Duck will be able to get down to Zaru. Wow, that is a critical loss for Davenport, as I don't believe they have that rear stage wall, and that could spell massive, massive trouble. And here's the thing, they still haven't cleared out Kodiak. They are falling back on vertical, or not at least putting the pressure that they needed to, that I was talking about. And I feel like this is a massive mistake from Davenport. They are going to get that rotate wall open. Oh, but Faker will catch Duck. You can't play that same, you know, angle twice. Ooh, Darkmac taking a lot of pressure from Kitchen. The horizontal paying off, but Bridge will be able to take Chaps. Looking for another. Oh, but we will see some trades back to back. Now a 2v2. Doesn't look like Davenport needs the vertical, as they've been able to successfully force it thus far, but there's still players close to sight. Power spots to rotate the hash drop player, but does go down promptly after, but not before Tooth to finish the job. Davenport, the horizontal paid off, as you now bring it to a 3-3 split. This could be critical for Davenport taking this. If their defense is strong, remember, they don't have Tuba on the board thanks to Cincinnati Reds ban. So that is one, I think, key, you know, unpredictable element that's now off the table. So I mean, it could be still anyone's game, but I feel that Davenport is at an edge.
Yeah, Davenport's not gonna go the way that Cincinnati was talking about on defense. They're going to go to second floor and keep it relatively standard, though. They did bring that Ella. I'm very curious what they're gonna do with her, because you don't really see her played like too often. Like, she's definitely a specialized like op that you bring in special situations.
Oh my gosh, she has the FO12. Ladies and gentlemen, the FO12, my favorite shotgun, and also my team captain's most hated weapon. I bring this up several times, or any time that I see FO12, because I so rarely see it, but my captain, worst player, he would seethe from a death thanks to the FO12. So I am so happy to see that on the board. But like you said, Ella's a very specialized op, but what makes her stand out is those concussions, right? Being able to concuss and have that immediate combative advantage off the rip, you know, when they try to clear, can provide just the opening needed, you know, to offset positioning and, you know, deny that entry. And I think that is a key point here that could, you know, really help hold second floor. Because I mean, look at how Cincinnati's Reds already trying to commit a lot of utility to clear out this shield. Do they get the shield? Still trying to. They will finally get it. Those ADSs aren't going to prove enough, but they still have an Aruni gate and 2 ADSs to that are going to recharge soon, and that's going to make pushing Chaps out quite difficult, especially with the head-eye hold. They do have a prominent ability to hold this position very aggressively thanks to that setup, and right now they don't have anyone attic, which I think is going to be a mistake for Cincinnati Red, as this will make, you know, pushing off that angle close to impossible, right? But if Dark Matter is going to be able to rotate a closet, that could be huge.
I don't think that angle is going to be like matter too much, because the take that they're taking is big window master, it looks like. So the play over towards attic isn't like as important, but I think I did see Twitch like going over there, so I'm not sure if she's gonna like be lurking or not now.
Hard to say.
But yeah.
Oh, the swing from Faker though. Look at that. What an yeah, but I think Duck Duck was more clearing for herself to have presence by rear stage, and I mean that's exactly what we're having happening here. But I mean that is an unfortunate loss for Cincinnati Red to lose Bridge. I mean, like you said, they did have that double window play, but I mean when you've got such vertical presence as we're witnessing now, I mean, that window is not really going to matter because you don't have Attic, you don't really have Trophy, and that makes for serious trouble. Both taking sustaining damage, Pup and Faker, neither going to see a headshot there. 55 seconds remaining, and they still have no second floor control. We will see a smoke over by Kids as they do try to establish that control. Duck Duck will be able to catch Nazaru from above, but they still have nowhere near the presence they need with the time remaining. But Dark Matter will be able to catch Faker out as that vertical does start to fall apart, but there's very low direct on-site presence, which could be huge here. But we are seeing Cincinnati Red take multiple down here. Oh my gosh, a 2K from Tooth as he flanks up from main stairs. I mean, look at the ops that Cincinnati Red has. Not a lot of flank watch there, and that is going to be a devastating loss as they did have a person advantage to try to, you know, force this onto second floor, and they will start to get that plant going, but the flank from Tooth and a double kill to shut them out for Davenport to take their first defense round, unlike on the first half.
Oh, and we're seeing a timeout from Cincinnati. I think it just
Also, for some reason, it took me way too long to realize that the site was actually second floor. But I mean, still, from the way that Davenport was able to deny so well, you know, that trophy presence, that was absolutely pivotal.
Cincinnati, I think this is a good time for Cincinnati to take a timeout just to, like, see how they were doing on defense, but now, like, we're on attack. Like, you gotta restart a little bit, redo a little thinking. It also seemed that, I don't know if you, like, I really didn't know where their push was. Like, they didn't, because, like, to take, like, the master and white side, you have, like, you gotta go down, like, a little bit to, like, dining and kitchen, and clear that out. But I'm not really too sure where that push was, and, like, how they were taking ground and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, they really didn't have an answer for, you know, that trophy area. That was what really sealed the deal for them, not being able to really push out from that. I mean, they usually when you attack second floor, right, you always have a double front, right, from opposite directions, right? You either have window white, window trophy, trophy attic, white attic. You always have opposite pushes, you know, to kind of give that position for pinching, and that just really wasn't there for Cincinnati Red, and that allowed Davenport to isolate those fights. And I mean, on top of, you know, Tooth getting such a critical flank there, that pretty much ruined them for, you know, really getting a good execute. I mean, they were having favorable fights as they started to isolate those angles, but it wasn't enough, you know, with how much time it took for that to happen. It was inevitable that someone was gonna flank, and
do we have a blitz? Are they rushing right now? I mean, I think I saw, like, Davenport as doing, like, an SSG type of hold, but
oh no, they are.
Oh
they
my
are.
gosh.
They're going for it. The Goyle does catch them, but they're still trucking on. Bridge pushing up. A Power will be able to catch Dark Matter, but not before Duck Duck takes Faker as well. It's now looking a 1-to-1, and the smokes along with the Goyos is gonna shut down that rush. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like it when when teams call for rushes, you know, after a timeout. I feel like that's kind of a waste because rushes are very 50-50 and you don't really learn much from it. And timeouts are the best time to win an attack, and I feel like rushes are not very favorable, especially when you just lost the last round. So I'm very nervous for Cincinnati Red, especially after losing yet another player. Now down 4v3. They're gonna have to get through this rotate eventually, but with the smoke, that's gonna stall out Bridge once again from pushing out, and they're pretty much stuck. And Bridge will go down as well. Duck Duck gonna sustain major damage. They cannot get out of bunker. They are trying so hard to force out. Oh, but there is a gap from the Sense wall, and Power will take it, getting Duck Duck out, as well as the shotgun from Nazaru to finish the job onto Bridge, who was previously down. And now it's all up to Pup to try to push from Freezer. Shooting that cam will reveal his position, and there's really not a lot, you know, that you can do here. This isn't looking good, and especially with a player above as well in security, is not looking too good here. I mean, you're running out of time. You don't really have much. Only one player down. I'm going to call it and say that Davenport takes yet another round. I really question, you know, why Cincinnati Red would go for a rush. Like, yes, I get it. It's the TDM meta, but I mean, we've seen how Davenport likes to hold. They have hard utility holds. I mean, recall how much utility that Zofia had to use in the last round just to get out that one shield from Trophy, and how they took advantage of that. I mean, Davenport is playing a utility game here.
I think, like, Cincinnati Red, like, had an idea, like, rushing, like, how you beat SSG, you can either, like, you know, do the top-down clear, and then do that, like, 30-second type meta, or you rush. And I think they were really trying to do that rush, but no one ran in with Blitz. Like, there's Blitz and then Sense, and then the other two were cut off from the fire.
Well, yeah, I mean, that fire is exactly why. I mean, do you really want to take that much damage? Well, especially because you got to keep in mind that that fire grows in radius. And at that point, you can lose, I think it's like 50, 60 health off of that. And I mean, that's really dangerous to be that low. Because, I mean, that makes body shotting now, you know, like, a good option. Like, you can peek aggressively, just go for body shots off of quick peeks, and that can be enough to, you know, secure a down. That's a very heavy trade in exchange for being lined up with your Blitz player. And it seemed that, you know, Cincinnati Red didn't want to take that risk, as they, as you clearly saw, held back. But I mean, oh no, not the brick again. Are you kidding me? Why is there so much brick? Once again, I don't know what happened to Platypus. I haven't seen him in a minute, but that is Platypus's favorite weapon to spectate is the brick, and I hate that weapon so much. Supernova makes me sick to my stomach. I don't care if the shotgun buff.
Dude, that is the way to go, though. That's how you run it. Supernovas are pretty good. Have you seen the, like, an Amara rush with that stuff?
I know that it's good, but, like, with that prone angle, able to catch Power out very early on, trying to set up. That is, wait, was that set up or was that a spawn peek? I don't know.
I think that was a spawn peek, because it looked like they were trying to do it at the same time, and it just happened, or like they were gonna do a spawn peek, but it just happened to be at the same time that I think Ash got a call. Hey, they're there.
Yeah, and I mean, it did pay off ultimately, or I mean, ultimately for Cincinnati Red, you know, they had that information. That's why you don't really want to go for things like that. It's a little bit questionable on Davenport, but I mean, regardless, I mean, Cincinnati, at the end of the day, Cincinnati Red did pay off, or did take that, and I mean, how couldn't you? I mean, that is screaming, you know, free pick. Someone prone, not going to be able to get out right behind a barricade. Why wouldn't you take that? I take that every time, even though I'm absolutely awful at this game. But moving on from that, we are going to see, you know, Duck Duck kind of lurking from the freezer stairs, waiting for somebody to kind of expose themselves. It seems like Cincinnati Red is kind of banking on Davenport to kind of, you know, overextend and push into questionable or contested territory and try to further flush them out, and we will see just that. Duck Duck able to take out Faker, but not before a refrag from Tooth. They're gonna be able to hold these positions just a little bit better, but a nade on top of a swing from IQ, thanks to, or over by the double window. Gonna be able to take that as well. Now down to a 2v4 as Davenport's not looking the greatest. Cincinnati Red has that vertical, which is key when it comes to taking these floor sites, and having that with a minute remaining is a massive detriment to Davenport, especially with the severe number disadvantage they have. Well, Yuichiro, you were telling me about how the brick is good. Well, now's the time to show it. I'm not saying it is bad. I know the buffs on shotguns made it good, but like I said, I hate the brick because of what it did to me when I was first learning Siege, and I will never forgive that gun for it. Never. But I mean, anyway, 35 seconds remaining. We're going to start to see an execute from Cincinnati Red, but it doesn't seem like they really have the information on where Nazaru and Chaps is playing from, but they're going to have to figure it out, although they do look like they may have a ping on one of them, but with 20 seconds remaining, they're going to have to go for a plant at some point. They are going to be pushing through that breach where Chaps is waiting, and it doesn't seem like they have any information. That's where Defuse is coming from. This could be a massive loss here if they don't play this right. Does try to go for the plant. Oh, but there goes one. There's the diffuser. That's the turnaround. Tries to run for the plant, but time. What a save from Davenport.
That I'm just so stunned right now.
All it would have taken was one swing from IQ to verify the split was clear, and they didn't have it. And with how split they were, with the lack of setup from lobby, that was a recipe for disaster. No information, plus no clear confirmation on the immediate plant area, plus time running out. I mean, how could you botch that? I mean, I'm not saying that was free, but I am saying that, you know, that was extremely advantageous for Davenport. That one mistake put Davenport from a nigh unwinnable situation into a very clear, decisive round win. And that is going to put Davenport on the board for a match point too. And with 3 rounds to go and pretty much every site, all of the critical sites on the board, second floor and basement, Davenport is looking to take this as they move on to map 2, which I think is going to be quite a detriment for Cincinnati Red, as they will be forced to win Decider to win this out.
Oh yeah, I'm surprised. Like, I think where Cincinnati had problems is definitely execution. Like, they obviously had the man count, they had everything, and it was just like after you get like the ground, you have to start setting up. It didn't seem like they knew how to set up or where they wanted to go, because I think I saw some people over by security, looks like a kitchen type of take, but then there was people in lobby doing a meeting take. Like,
yeah,
it was very frantic.
Yeah,
with the time running down as well.
And I'm telling you, it's always those indecisive executes where first floor has the most potential to fall apart. Like, everyone knows how to clear, but when it comes to that execute, man, I don't know what it is, but a lot of teams just struggle with it. And clearly, Cincinnati Red did, as they gave a blatant opening to Davenport. That is a real upset. And I mean, Cincinnati Red needed that round. And I mean, needed it, because the next 2 rounds are gonna be an onslaught, considering they have second floor and basement, you know, available to them. And that's a real problem. And I don't think Cincinnati Red actually has won a single attack, which
no, they have not.
Yeah, not what you want at all. And especially we know how Davenport likes to hold defense here with their aggressive trophy hold, and Cincinnati Red's not even going for it, which I still think is kind of a mistake, because this is going to allow them plenty of space, you know, to use those headite holes to contest attic. You want to have that pinch formation, and Cincinnati Red doesn't really seem to have it so far, with it being channeled by mostly double window and by Tooth gonna take duck there, and over by, you know, Dark Matter's planting. They're forcing a plant here. They just ran in. Does Davenport even know this is happening? Clearly not, as the diffuser's gone down. Oh my gosh, and with so many people outside double window, this is a really bad situation for Davenport. They've completely turned this round around. And I mean, a Nitro goes out, it's not going to catch anyone. They're going to have to push through an extremely deadly position here. But keep in mind, there's still a player disadvantage for Cincinnati Red, and this funnel could cost. But, oh my gosh, Dark Matter can't secure the pick. Oh no! And tries to go for the run out, does turn it down to a 2v2, 2v1. It's now up to Cincinnati, this last player to hold, and that's going to be Pup from the window. Oh, there's a run out, but it's not going to work for Power or Chaps trying to take that double window angle. It's just too strong. And with that, that is Cincinnati Reds' first round since the half, but they are still not out of hot water.
Oh my god, that I saw them like over by big window, but like that was wild. They just jumped in. They're taking it. I think they might realize that like if you just go, that you could probably get them, because it looked like that the Grim was keeping it those people busy for a while, or like putting that like ghost pressure over there for that plant to go down. I'm actually really surprised that they actually won though, because the ace, I feel like oh my gosh, just leaving that guy up, that could have definitely been a turnaround.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I mean, that whiff was pretty funny from Dark Matter. I'm sorry, that was tragic. But I mean,
yeah.
They still had a really good, hold, and I will give that to them. Their hold was very, very solid, So I mean, that doesn't really ultimately matter when you had such a solid second floor hold. I mean, we did see a run out.
Yeah, I was just like, it wasn't too solid because it was like it was down to a 2v1, and like the person did run out and was able to get, I know for one for sure, I don't know, maybe two, but
yeah, I mean, if they just were able to pinch out the double window plays or players at the in a more coordinated fashion. I know the clock was ticking. That could have possibly went differently, but I mean, it's still a tough situation no matter how you spin it. The fact that Cincinnati Red was able to force that plant was extremely unfortunate. But curious, because they had a lot of first floor presence. I'm surprised they weren't able to snuff that out, from from security. I don't really know what happened there.
They smoked it or like flashed it, because there was the mute that was underneath it. They definitely had the holes. Why mute didn't hear it or whatnot is beyond me. But,
yeah, it's really hard to tell from what view that we had there. But I mean, nevertheless, very unfortunate. But I feel like that's not going to be a consistent theme into overtime.
I don't think so either.
I mean, like, you had literally one play kind of turn that whole thing around. That wasn't really like oh, hold up, we might see a swing onto white stairs, but Pup's holding pretty tight here. Goes for a pre-fire, but just waiting to catch one off guard. But there's the flash as they do try to flush out these players. Pup's gonna get a little bit more grounds here. Knows that Pup is by the shower corner, able to keep her head on a swivel, but is ultimately going to go around to rotate back onto site. But I mean, yeah, it's really hard to say from what we saw in the feed what happened. Oh,
Davenport's taking it very aggressive now.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, they're not going to let a person slip in like before. But I mean, that's the nice thing about second floor. It's really hard, or basement, it's really hard for that to be the case. And I feel like that was kind of a pocket play. And, Cincinnati Red's not going to get that. Oh, the impact play for Power to rush into meeting. Going to be able to take out another player. Thanks to that, the double kill from Tooth as well. It's now down to Dark Matter. When you can't really force that hop in, you're kind of in a rut. Dark Matter will secure Power, but I mean, it's now a 4v1. There's really not a lot of options left here. And I mean, with 35 seconds left on the clock, that's a lot of fights that are going to have to be forced in fast pace, but that's not going to happen as Chaps finished the job with a little TK, or a TK, or not TK, a little teabag. Yes. Listen, words are hard, okay? I'm trying here. Words are hard. But yes, a little teabag for Davenport to take their map pick of Oregon.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure after it got to the 3-3, it just like fell off.
Yeah, that set the stage for Davenport to win it. That is, like I said, that is an advantageous situation to be in against Cincinnati Red. And I mean, they clearly, swept with their defense, only letting up one round. That only happened really, thanks to a pretty smart pocket play from Cincinnati Red, but that opportunity was not afforded over by basement. But with that being said, coming up next, we will be moving on to Consulate. That will be the next map, and that is going to be Cincinnati Reds pick here. But I mean, the important thing here is, you know, how experienced is Davenport on this map? And that's kind of the biggest question, because like you said, they haven't played this map, right? They haven't played this map at all before in Midwest R6.
No, they have not. They have not played it on this league. They might have like in other leagues they've been in, but to our knowledge, there's just no stats. There's nothing on them.
Yeah, and I mean that's a really a scary situation for Cincinnati Red. Like, they won their map pick, and we really don't have a lot of information from Davenport. So this could be either be a blowout for Cincinnati Red, or they could be in for an unbelievably rude awakening. And if they held it just for this moment, that could be a massive brained map play from Davenport. And I mean, that we could see a 2-0. But with that being said, we are going to go on a quick break. So we're going to, you know, take a little break to kind of refresh and get ready for match 2 of the grand finals. And we'll see you guys in just a second. We'll be right back.
Bathroom dead. I'm in bathroom.
I'm gonna keep holding point.
Captain dead. Bathroom dead. I'm in bathroom.
I'm gonna keep holding point.
Captain dead.
foul. You just go.
And they drop down randomly.
I got the streets on lock, no I can't stop, no I can't stop, no I can't stop. I got the streets on lock, no I can't stop, no I can't stop, no I can't stop. I got the streets on lock, no I can't stop, no I can't stop, no I can't stop. I got the streets on lock, no I can't stop, no I can't stop, no I can't stop. So loud, no I can't stop, no I can't stop. No I can't stop.
Alright, and welcome back to the Grand Finals. We just saw Davenport win their first match on Oregon with an initial 3-3 split, but able to carry it away into a 6-4 on their second half with a very strong defense while still managing to take up that crucial single round that I was talking about. And that was at the very last round of the first half on first floor. I kind of called it. Yashira, you can testify. I did call it. But, I mean, they were able to bring it to 3 split, and they were able to get up their, their 4 attack rounds. Also, did I say 6-4? I meant 7-4. 6 is match point. I should know better. But, I mean, that's kind of what we saw there. But before we get into this next match of Consulate, which is Cincinnati Reds pick, Yashira, do you got any thoughts on what we saw last game? Anything, kind of particularly interesting or noteworthy to bring out before we move on?
I think what's going to be noteworthy is if they're going to have like consistency of being too aggressive, like not aggressive, like the information knowledge, like what they had errors in Oregon into Consulate. I know it's a new map, but there's certain things that like still carry over, like your mental still carries over, and just like what's gonna happen. And now with the one map out of the way, you can also see like how they play. I know they've played together before, but yeah.
No, I think that's absolutely fair. But it does look like our match is now ready to go. So we are now moving on to Consulate, which, like you said, Yashiro, this is a bit of a newer map with the rework. And Duck Duck just won their chess game, so congrats, I guess. I forget that that's like a whole thing, that there's chess with a rank system. That is so crazy to me. But let's get on with the bans. Yashiro, what are you thinking? More targets like Tuba, or are we thinking still pretty basic-y?
I'm not too sure. Okay, basic-y.
Well, yeah, the Ying was kind of a dead giveaway.
I'm gonna suggest very, very standard, and Tuba will be out.
Dekebi.
But
yeah, no, I think it'll be standard. I think we're gonna see a Dekebi ban, and I say that because yeah, we saw quite a lot of Dekebi plays, and there it is. Davenport was definitely taking huge advantage of that on their attack, so I'm not surprised Cincinnati Red would respond with a Dekebi ban. That's only natural. though, I don't know if we're gonna see a tuba ban though.
Oh.
Whoa. Now that is a ban. That's
kind of.
I mean, I see it. Don't get me wrong. I
Yeah.
absolutely see it, and apparently that's a target ban as well, based off Power's prompt response. But I mean, that is, there's the tuba ban. Okay, I was waiting for that. But I mean, seeing Pulse banned, holy moly! I genuinely cannot remember the last time I seen a Pulse ban. I think the last time I seen that, like off memory, was probably during the utility meta, like years ago. I don't see it anymore. It's so rare because, I mean, like, why would you? Usually you just flush him out, and I mean, he's kind of useless, you know? Like, when you got, because usually he's kind of off on his own, you know, kind of lurking, and then once you spot him, it's all hands on deck because he shuts out so much information, or he gives away so much about where you're pushing from, and that gives ample time to adapt before any actual pressure even comes on, before any kind of shred of an execute occurs. And on top of that, being able to nitro the diffuser on top of nitroing an entry player and forcing more utility heavy ops to start going into the fray, that's really dangerous. And
I think the last time I've actually seen a pulse ban was actually on console, like old console, when it was getting played by pros and whatnot, because of how strong he was, and like how the map is as well, of like being all soft and whatnot, and it's still pretty like soft all around, like with the floors and whatnot.
Yep, Pulse and Mira. I mean, that's a staple in, you know, server room and second floor, pretty much everywhere, honestly. That was a staple, you know, duo. So, I mean, I absolutely can see it, but I mean, that's such a long time ago, and ooh, Faker trying to go for a little bit of spawn peek off the prone, gonna get spotted, better run, Faker. Honestly, I was really waiting for someone to just slam Faker there, but that didn't really happen there now, did it? And we are going to start to see a bit of a first floor clear starting off from Cincinnati Red. Looks like they're really paranoid, you know, or worried about those nitro plays. I mean, look how much presence that they've got spread out throughout first floor. I mean,
it's pretty funny because they only have one C4.
Yeah, and I mean, like, there's only really one player who's first floor as well, and I think that person's already fallen off. Oh, maybe, yeah, I think that player's already fallen off. I mean, you have, like, no real first floor players, and they invested so much into that, which I think is hilarious. And the sooner that Cincinnati Red figures that out, the better off they'll be, because, like you said, there's only one Nitro, and that's Nazaru, and he's already taking a lot of damage, and he's anchoring above. There's really nothing in that regard, which I think is so, you know, kind of comical, you know, Cincinnati Red doubling up on that fear, which is valid. I mean, Valkyrie is still on the board, but I mean, it's obviously not warranted. But we are going to see that IQ will be able to get out a lot of utility with her cam, or her little electronic scanner. That's going to pay off big time in getting rid of that shield utility. That's going to make pushing up from admin side substantially easier, as we will see Duck start to make that push from printer on. So we are already seeing those motions, but we do have Faker still holding out in hallway, getting aggressive, looking to try to take one here. No first pick quite yet. Duck will sustain some heavy damage. Flashes will come out. Oh, and there's the swing from Faker to take out Duck for the first pick. Looks like that admin control is not going to be easily maintained, as Faker will take yet a triple kill. Absolutely shutting out Cincinnati Red here. Looks like they do have a possible trick up their sleeve. Just because they haven't played the map, you know, this season doesn't mean they don't know it, and it clearly shows. They understand how important it is to deny this push. Oh my gosh, Faker's with a 4K taking bridge. We could possibly see an ace here. Pup's gonna try to push up. Does take one for a double kill. Are we gonna see an ace v ace here? That would be so fascinating and such a way to start. Oh, but with 5 seconds remaining, does get a triple kill. Doesn't have diffuser in hand, looking for the remaining two players. Gonna have to try to do something, but everyone's hiding out of time. No ace for you, I'm afraid. But, I mean, the damage is already done. They still won the round, so who cares ultimately?
It looks like that Cincinnati and Davenport are kind of doing the same play styles as they were, like that core play style of Davenport being like using their space versatile and like very like intelligently, while like Cincinnati is like still having that thing of I don't know where anyone is, so I don't know what to do. Type of feel it seemed like, especially when Warden was over by the vending machines, meeting them at the door for printer.
Yeah, no, that admin cutoff was a lot for Cincinnati Red to take in. I mean, Faker almost getting an ace there. Yeah, that's not what you want. That is really unfortunate. And I mean, it just goes to show, you know, I mean, the playstyles might be similar, but I mean, there's no unfamiliarity from Davenport. This is not, you know, unknown grounds, and it really does make me question, like, especially for attack, have they just been holding it for this very moment? I mean, you gotta keep in mind, both Davenport and Cincinnati Red absolutely dominated in their matchups leading up to this point. It wasn't like, you know, they had to crawl their way up. No, they were really killing it in the vast majority of their matchups. And I think that, you know, that provided this unique opportunity for Davenport to have this map as a pocket play that Cincinnati Red wasn't ready for. They may be a staple on it, but Davenport is, you know, kind of an unknown factor here, and I think that's just what makes it so dangerous. Oh, Faker is not done. He didn't get his ace last round, but he makes up for it with an initial pick onto Duck Duck very early on. And I mean, considering how much verticality she brings, that is going to be a massive loss. But they do have everything kind of doubled up with Pup also on a sledge. So that verticality
Looks
is not
like they
gone.
tripled it up, actually. They also have Buck.
Oh, yeah, you're right. They did. Oh, my gosh.
And I mean, you guess you could use Ace's breaching charge as well, you know?
Oh, but he's holding do you see that? He's holding a stationary angle. Why would, oh, right, you can't nade. No, the whiff, that is tragic. Absolutely tragic. That could have been a huge pick for them, but not able to lock onto power. I was thinking, right, like, why don't you nade, ooh, nice shot from Kodiak onto Faker. No ace for you this time around. I mean, you do have your 5 kills but before dying, but I mean, you got 2 deaths now. Oh, but power will start to get flushed out as Kodiak will try to, you know, push him out, but not before power tries to fall back, but will get caught by Pup, holding that angle from the yellow stairs, now putting him at a 3v4. It's now at the advantage of Cincinnati. Whoop, never mind. Nazaru will nitro out to take Kodiak. Looks like the information was there for them to secure that, as now it's 1:05 and it's now a 3v3. And with such heavy presence over by second floor, it's going to take some work for them to be able to collapse on the first floor. I mean, they've got a minute remaining. They're going to have to make a move, but Tooth, the one to make the move instead, with Chaps to take one as well, getting 2 back-to-back, and then the cross cutoff thanks to Tooth for the triple kill. Triple kill? Double kill? I can't remember. But
I think it's
that...
double.
Yeah, the double kill. I mean, such a huge flank that was completely, you know, unanticipated by Cincinnati Red due to their delayed execute. That was a massive loss, resulting in Davenport winning that.
Yeah, Davenport seems to be retaking ground from like what they give them. Like they really do give it to them, because then they'll take it back. Because I mean, they had that Solus. Unfortunately, Solus did like die falling back, but while she did that, I mean, the castle, and I think someone else was up there, or like, I'm not sure where the other person died, because there's 2 people that were killing. But yeah.
Or it should have been Chops. But I mean, yeah, like you said, it's a very violent tug-of-war that Davenport is playing, and Cincinnati Red is just losing that back and forth every time. And we will see a little bit of an adaptation from Cincinnati Red as Kodiak will be playing grid, but I don't think that's the right answer here. Ultimately, what's kind of happening is that they're not really ascertaining their control, which I think is really, you know, the bulk of the issue.
Wait, did you not see the drone that was in the plant?
Huh? No, I actually missed that.
I'm pretty sure there's a drone in the plant that he was staring at, like in the corner. I'm not sure, but I mean Cincinnati's lineup right now, it looks like they're taking this roam clear very heavy. I mean now they're bringing, like you said, the gridlock, and now they brought Jackal as well. So.
And I still feel like that's a mistake because I mean
think
it's
so?
not. I think so because I don't think the issue is roam clearing. I think the issue is not holding their space. Like they get space and then it immediately gets contested by Davenport and they lose out big time when Davenport recontests space. What they need to do is they need to better hold on to the control they have. So I would invest more in like a cutoff like Nomad, where if they do try to take that initiative, they're immediately at a disadvantage. Or they have to go into, ooh, Bridge, okay. Able to take Chaps quite early on. But I mean, like I said, I think they need to secure, you know, or fortify their holds and put them at an immediate disadvantage if they do try to go for... Oh, okay, that's really tragic. Tooth just disconnected it, and Pup went down. It's now a 3v3 as Duck does go down, but will the pick be finished? The impact goes out. Will be able to secure the kill. Now a double for Faker once again, racking up those picks again, as they still have a long ways to go. And there's still players running around above. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe it was the roam clear, but I mean, they haven't been really all that successful with the struggle that they've been having. I mean, they've already lost, you know, 2 players, and now a 3rd player is Nazaru, holding a very long angle, is able to take Bridge, and now they only have 2 players remaining going on his execute. Guess that disconnect means absolutely nothing here. They will start going to try to lock up the control that they have, but I think it's a little bit, or it's too little, you know, too late with the play.
Like the main breach, it looks like they're switching to main breach and doing something like the air quotes default garage, when that was a thing.
Possibly, but yeah, no, it does look like they're gonna switch to that. They do manage to get the vertical to cut that off, and that is gonna help. But I mean, with 2 players, having them so cut off like this could be really bad, because all it takes is Dark Matter to go down and it's over. And I think Cincinnati Red recognizes as they will start, you know, to kind of reconvene and push back up together. Kodiak will get kind of caught by those Fenriers. That's going to buy valuable time for Davenport to finish this out, but they are going to start throwing those smokes. Execute starting to go down. Kodiak sustains a lot of damage. Dark Matter tries to kick the pick. Will be able to connect on the one. Takes a double kill. Now up to Nazaru as they do get the plant down. And with Kodiak covering, this could be their round. But with no Nitro in hand, they're going to have to push the diffuser, but not going to be able to. Has to take a fight on the Kodiak, but can't get it as Cincinnati picks up their first round on a tight comeback. I guess that disconnect did matter. Tooth now back in after disconnecting. I mean, we saw a roam clear despite a heavy investment that go very south for Cincinnati Red, but they were ultimately able to establish control and manage to force their way onto breach after promptly opening the wall thanks to the vertical from Grid. And Davenport really seemed to be thrown off by this rotate and got really got more than I think, you know, Cincinnati Red could have asked for, considering the dire state of that situation. But I mean, Davenport really just couldn't finish out anybody there, and that push initiative from Dark Matter making all the difference there. Like I said, if he went down at any point, that round was over, but nobody was able to take him out. I mean, not only with a 2-pick, but being able to get that plant, that was just a rapid pace turnaround against them. So far, looks like we're going to be moving on to second floor. We still got 3 more rounds to go, and with Cincinnati Red now taking their first round, this is very critical, you know, for them to start really getting more rounds. Now figuring out what they need to do to succeed, but we will see a bit of a change up as Pup will go Monty, and I think they're going to really try to capitalize on push, or, you know, kind of force, or, you know, forcing these pushes, which has shown to have some success from how they, hopped in a double window on Oregon. It seems like they're really trying to stack up on that because they're starting to see that same, benefit once again. We will see Nazaru get spotted on that rotate, but we'll be able to freely rotate. Really, there wasn't anyone behind Monty at the time. As they do start to creep up, a Faker will be able to catch Kodiak here. I mean, a shield player is only as good as the amount of players you got up, and losing Kodiak very early on, I think, is going to be quite the problem for Cincinnati Red, if they continue to lose their back-end players, especially on their Monty, who's going to be very critical in, kind of forcing the control that they want. But, I mean, this also comes down to those flanks again. The only thing they have is those cams. Oh, my gosh. One shot on that wall, and it would be over. But Bridge, starting to go for that clear, goes to swing, but Chap's holding there, will be able to spot or flush him out. Not a proper clear, unfortunately. It's now down to minute 40. You've got Pup and Dark Matter, but I mean, with only one player with a full gun up and a shield, that's not looking too good. They are both cornered. They both are spotted. They know where these two players are at. Davenport is going to possibly have a field day with them if they're not able to properly reposition. Will be a line of sight onto Pup as well. This is going to make pushing up really difficult and depend heavily on a Davenport player, overplaying this. And I mean, so far, Nazaru and Power have both sustained heavy damage. Oh, but there comes Chaps to take Pup from behind, but not before pick from Dark Matter, and Chaps to finish the job with yet another impact. Holding from Yellow Stairs.
I saw what Ash was kind of doing, but I think where Grim was, because I think it was Grim that was droning the Ash. Grim was really disconnected and far out from what their push was, because I think it was just to go through that window and get Monty to take the ground over towards Yellow and those rooms over.
Yeah.
But we see a timeout, so we'll see if we'll see a rush or they'll change up their play style.
I for the sake of Cincinnati Red, I do not want to see a rush again, because the last time they did that, that was disastrous. I mean, chat kind of called it perfectly. I mean, they kind of were just baiting by bunker, hoping for some kind of opening when they got stuck and got flushed out. And if that happens again, I don't know what to tell Cincinnati Red, as they're kind of setting themselves up for failure. But I think they kind of learned their lesson. They should have a chance to take this, and I do want to compliment on Cincinnati Red on calling this timeout here. They had momentum. They had an idea on how to take attack rounds, and then they lost it, right? So this timeout is probably the best chance to not only resecure another attack round, but also to take the round after to bring out a 3-3 split. So I will admit, the timeout was perfect, because you want to keep that momentum. And it's very bad if you have it and then it falls off. That's not what you want. You want to maintain it. And I think this timeout is trying to patch that loss, that round loss, in order to keep it up, which I think is going to be really crucial for them in having a better chance when they go on defense.
10 seconds remaining.
They're doing a lot of switch-ups to their lineup. I'm curious if
Attackers objective
where
to
they're gonna
locate a
push this
bomb
time,
and
because they
defuse
have the Ram, the Vert with Ram and Buck. They're gonna do top down, but we see a spawn peek. Will he get anyone?
I don't know. I mean, Chops has, kind of played these aggressive type of things before, and sometimes it pays off, and sometimes it really doesn't. Bridge gonna be able to get a lot of utility out. I think if Cincinnati Red plays this slow and clears out all of this utility, especially those by sight, that is gonna set up Cincinnati Red for a critical success, because it seems like Davenport's banking heavily on those Davenport's really banking heavily on stalling their execute. That looks like what the composition is, but it doesn't look like a payoff, as they do lose a player. But Nazaru will be able to take Dark Matter, which is going to be a major thorn on their side, because remember, Consulate's one of those maps now where you've got a lot of nooks and crannies to hide in, and the ability to clear those out with a Grim instead of having to show a face is really important. So losing that Grim player, I think honestly it's probably worse than losing a hard breacher. I mean, in my opinion, that like is in essence the hard breach, and not having that player anymore is gonna be quite a problem for Cincinnati Reds. So granted, they do lose Chops, who wasn't really able to get the drone impact or the roam impact, but the trade for, you know, dark matter I think is gonna pay off more in turn. And I do want to mention they don't have the fuser. It's sitting outside lobby, so it does look like they will inevitably rotate to go for that lobby execute. That does seem to be Cincinnati Reds' game plan. But whether or not that actually works remains to be seen. Either that or they dropped it thanks to dark matter, which either way kind of forces them to execute one way and have one player rotate out to grab the fuser. Pup gonna sustain a lot of damage, trying to get this meeting hallway control. Faker trying to add to the pinch as well, but Pup will be able to take Faker out, but not before the refrag from Tooth to finish the job. We see the fallback from Tooth, but Kodiak will be able to pinch him out as well. It's now 50 seconds remaining, and with most of the util cleared out, thanks to Bridge, that is going to pose a serious problem. Nitro does go out trying to hopefully catch someone, but that is not going to happen. They're going to have to grab it at some point, and when they do, that's going to force a 2v2 on site, which means that they have an even 2v2 situation until that diffuser is grabbed. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, they're going to have to... Oh, like, no!
Anyone's grabbing it.
And with Nazaru taking Duck Duck as well, that means it's now a 1v2 when they start to execute. At least until now, they're now disjointed, and with such little time, Oh, no! They could... Though the Capcan does down one, Kodiak's gonna have to push this now. He doesn't have an option, but there's that slow utility on site that Davenport was hoping for, and it's gonna be just enough to not even give him a chance. That's what I was talking about, folks. They had that stall utility on site. I thought Bridge cleared that on site, but it turns out, no, they didn't get much of any of that. Even the Capcans were able to down a player. Very unfortunate for Cincinnati, but a huge win on Davenport, as that means that momentum for Cincinnati Red is now pretty much permanently gone, and at the very least, Davenport will now have a 4-2. That switch up being such a good adaptation from them.
Oh yeah. I'm hoping Cincinnati can get something going, because I think, like, why is the defense out there still? Like, you have 40 seconds. You have to jump out the window, rappel down it, grab it, rappel, like, you have no ground over there. You only have vert. So
yeah.
Having that, like, flipped, why even take vert if you're just gonna put defuse on horizontal? Just take horizontally then. Like, it seems like Cincinnati has a little commitment issues, in my opinion.
Yeah, very likely. And I mean, I absolutely agree that they should have just went with horizontal. But I mean, I think, and this is just speculation here, I feel like Cincinnati Red was banking on getting such vertical superiority that they would just be able to have someone nab it as they truck along with no difficulty. But, I mean, even with all of that utility clear, they knew that there was going to be a lot of on-site utility with the sheer amount of stuff that was... Oh, the Mara Repel! Chats had no idea. But, I mean, like, they knew that there was probably going to be a lot of on-site utility from how much was cleared initially. And that due diligence just never came. And I think that is really what made that situation so much worse. Because if they had, you know, cleared all of that, I don't think it really would have been that big of a deal. But, I mean, it never happened. Like, we clearly saw the Capcans were still there, the Malusis were still there, and all of those prevented Kodiak from even having a fighting chance. But with that really being said, oh no, not again, Tooth. You gotta go on Ethernet, man. You can't rely on university Wi-Fi. That's a lesson that I learned the hard way, and it seems like Tooth needs to learn that as well. Invest in an Ethernet cord, my friend. But we could see a similar situation where, you know, Davenport was able to turn things around, at least initially, as Faker will be able to secure a pick onto Pop. But with, you know, Kodiak still on the board for vertical, they're still not out of that threat. And especially with the fact that Cincinnati Red has also stacked a little bit of horizontal pressure, thanks to Dark Matter holding the site, that could be trouble. But Power taking Duck Duck as well. This is looking a lot better for them, being able to get these players out from vertical, but we will see an engagement yet again with Kodiak onto Faker, but Kodiak will take that, but not before Faker takes Bridge as well. It's now an even split 2-2 situation. But remember, last time, Dark Matter was able to force his way in and take many high-value picks. And the question remains, is that going to be the case? It does seem like they're going to have a lot of information on one player who's trying to hold this out. That's going to be Nazaru. Does try to go for a rotate. He will manage to get away from here. Oh, but the wall bang from Kodiak. You should have just taken that fallback when you had it. And Nazaru decided to try to still aggress, and it just didn't pay out. I mean, Cincinnati Red had basically perfect information, and now we're seeing even Power starting to move up, despite the sheer intel that Cincinnati Red has. If Power gets spotted at any point, it is over, as that refrag will be swift. Oh, but he will still try to get aggressive, does get spotted out. Oh, but the one-for-one trade! Very close round, but I mean, when you still got another player up you got to deal with, that's a round loss. Such an unfortunate exchange. I mean, hey, you got the pick that you were gunning for, but it ended up costing you your life. Does seem like we're having some technical difficulties. It seems like Tooth has crashed yet again, just hasn't gotten disconnected yet, so we're still waiting on Tooth to plug that Ethernet in. Maybe?
I think he said, like, in the lobby as well, like, he's been having, like, disconnection issues throughout the game, so
yeah,
I'm not sure.
That's the second time they've lost basement on a disconnect. I mean, it's the exact same situation. It's on basement, Tooth disconnects, you know, Davenport has a glimmer of hope, and then it gets shut down by Cincinnati Red. That is tragic, the fact that it played out the exact same way, even though Davenport pretty much in essence did all the right things, save for having a player disadvantage. Except for the first time on basement. They really botched that, you know, breach hold. That did not go well for them. But, I mean, yeah, it's still pretty much the same theme regardless. And that's quite tragic for Davenport. But we will see
but
now on a
4-2 split's not too bad. So
no, by no means is that
we
bad.
got Fuse coming up on Davenport's lineup. I want to see someone get pucked in the face and die to a fuse charge now.
Oh man, I love that, seeing the Zaru on the fuse. And we'll see Chops with an immediate Amaru run in, completely uncontested. I mean, what is with these teams and no one holding admin in an immediate Amaru repel? We've seen that so many times now, and I mean, I think that's like the third, fourth time that this has happened. But yeah, no, I absolutely cannot wait to see Fuse. I say this all the time, but Fuse is so criminally underrated. It's not for getting kills. It is for destroying utility and for absolutely displacing where others can pick up kills off of that. Oh, and Tooth has disconnected once again. Well,
I think this might be the downfall of Davenport.
Yeah, I mean, if they really can't get a player stay, because, I mean, that has mattered. It's shown that it does make a difference. Oh, but Faker, no! Runs right into the crossfire of Dark Matter and Duck Duck. I mean, if he'd cleared that head height just a little bit further, that would have been his pick. Or she would have been completely covered. That just didn't happen. The repel coming in. Duck Duck trying to play this aggressive onto IQ. Does catch one. Is she going to get fused? Does not. Oh, but Cincinnati Red with several other picks to clear up Davenport. I mean, I would say that the disconnect really didn't make a difference here. That was just a lethal clear.
I think it, like, might have, like... I don't remember who was he, playing. I can't remember what op he was, because he might have been like a very important op, but it looks like we're going to do a rehost.
But I mean, it does seem like we'll be doing a rehost. But I mean, it seemed like they had the majority of their players, you know, when it came to when it came to their vertical hold, and that's where they lost the most amount of players. So honestly, I really can't say for sure how much of a difference that honestly would have made, to be quite frank. But we're gonna go ahead and go on a very brief break while we wait for this rehost to happen. Should only be just a few minutes while we get these players back in, and hopefully Tooth has this situation resolved, because that man cannot catch a break. Poor Tooth. We'll be right back, folks.
Bathroom dead. I'm in bathroom.
I'm gonna keep holding flank.
Captain dead.
Going up blue.
Bathroom dead. I'm in bathroom.
I'm gonna keep holding flank.
Captain dead.
Going up blue.
Diffuser down closet. Trophy. Get some power. You just
Below, man, you can get in. And they drop down randomly.
I got the streets so loud, you know I can't stop. No, I can't stop. No, I can't stop. I got the streets so loud, you know I can't stop. No, I can't stop. No, I can't stop. I got the streets so loud, you know I can't stop. No, I can't stop. No, I can't stop. I got the streets so loud, you know I can't stop. No, I can't stop. No, I can't stop.
right, folks, welcome back. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Yeah, I guess I was wrong. It wasn't really an internet issue. I kind of forgot that they have their own, like, gaming labs and whatnot. Man, wish I had that. But yeah, I guess it's just a game crash issue because Ubi quote unquote fixes things. Like I saw their patches where they said that they fixed the disconnect issue. Clearly not. Clearly not, because still happening, which is really unfortunate because that means you have to deal with it, I have to deal with it, we all have to deal with it. Yeah, I mean, Siege is Ubisoft, you know?
But
That's kind of how the
I
game
still
works.
play it though, because there's no other game like it.
You know what? You are right, and
Like,
that's why we're
there
all
really
here.
isn't a game that like can replace Siege. Like, with like PUBG, there's like Apex, and then I think now there's Final, which like they're all very very like very much similar compared to like where Siege is completely different. Two
Yeah.
tactical. It's not like COD where like the SND, the search and destroy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's not like that where you can just like go around and kill. Like there is like some strategic. That can take you somewhere ish, but it's not as reliable.
Not really, but yeah.
And then there's like CS:GO where it's like you have your lineups and you're a little more like strategical, but it doesn't have that same like aggression.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. It is definitely different, but I mean, at the end of the game, no game makes me question my sanity quite like Siege, to be quite frank. Well, then again, Valorant is a close second. I mean, there are very few games where I've shut down my account because of how tilted I got, but Valorant's on that list. Valorant's on that list. I got so mad that I straight up deactivated my account. I'm not even
Really?
capping.
Bro, you gotta turn off your brain for Valorant and you
I
just
can't do
run
it, bro.
around.
I can't do it. Like
Listen.
I can't do that for any game, right? Yashiro, do you see how big this forehead is? Do you see how much brain is packed in there? Like this crondolium never shuts down. It's not possible. I can't do it. So yeah, of course. I can't help it. Also, I'm getting called Sheldon again, and I just want to
not
say
gonna
that's a
lie,
ruse.
all I could think about when you were saying how big your head was Sheldon. I'm sorry.
Aww. I'll never get a break here.
Um,
I want to remind y'all I'm not paid. I want to
um,
remind y'all I'm not paid.
Siege is a team game. Valorant is a solo game because Siege you really should need to duo and need people to play with you, while like Valorant you can solo and people actually like talk in VC. So
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It, yeah, but I mean, either way, I can't handle it. Yeah. The, FPS games just drive me insane. But you know what doesn't drive me insane? Modded Skyrim. Prior to this production, I was literally like modding like crazy. I got 150 mod list going on right now, and I cannot wait to play that. I literally called off work tomorrow, right? So I could just play Skyrim unrelenting. I mean, I've been working on this mod list for months, and yeah. But now you know a little bit more about me. I am a filthy basement dwelling Skyrim modder. Yay! Yeah. And now our observer is calling me Sheldon too. I actually cannot get a break. Now chat's saying it, I'm going to lose my mind, folks. If I ever get paid for Midwest R6, this will be the leading reason why. And for our production team that is listening, this is your warning. This is, and now Davenport and Cincinnati Red are doing it too. Yeah, I deserve this.
I
deserve
lie,
this.
I wasn't gonna say anything until you started saying something. I was just gonna think it in my head.
Sure, I'm sure JD wouldn't have put you up to saying it like they did the Skittles. And speaking of Skittles, I'm sure they're in watching as well. Hi Skittles. But
Oh,
yeah,
they got
my
two-
aunt My aunt called me Sheldon when I was growing up. My mom called me Sheldon. My family calls me that. But moving on from that embarrassment, we are now moving on back into Consulate after a extensive rehost and the inevitable depreciation of my mental stability. So, back to it, I say.
I think Davenport will have a fire under their butts because they want those rounds. They should, like, I feel like they could think, like, we should have had those rounds. Unfortunately, it was a 4v5. Like, yeah. So I think I'm curious how strong Davenport will go and how if Cincinnati will change anything or not, because I mean they do have the ability to talk about like what's going on and whatnot. So
Yeah, and they really need this, to be honest. Like, they have been on a massive struggle bus on these past few rounds. It's been really tough for them. So I mean, they gotta figure this out. Because I mean, yeah, they got a lead, but it is starting to fall apart, and it's only a matter of time before Cincinnati Red starts to pick back up. And I mean, sure, they got a lead, sure, they're close to hitting match point, but they still got some ways to go for closing this out. It's really been turning around. So like you said, they've probably got a fire in their butt because they have been on a struggle bus for the last few rounds. And somebody just said that Sheldon isn't being paid. Y'all taking advantage of starving artists. I wholeheartedly agree. And starving artists, what does that mean? You can't keep doing this for me. But, moving on from that, it does look like we will see that Rappel once again are going to clear out admin with info. I'm presuming that Davenport thinks they're not going to be able to get away with that. But like I said, there's almost never
they
anybody
have
there.
to have a pre-place drone.
You can do it.
Because yeah, I think they have a pre-placed drone up there though, but because I think someone who was supposed to do it, like they might have gotten their drone shown. They do have that Solus and whatnot, but
Yeah, it does look like they're going to be able to spot someone from second floor. Oh my gosh, what is that whip? Oh! Pop! On earth was that?
breaks go in two ways. They like kind of cool you off if you're like doing really good because you're on a break,
Yeah, I mean, it clearly didn't help Pop. Oh my gosh! Oh, I gotta make a little prayer for Pop. That was tragic. Oh my gosh, that was the whiff of the century. But I mean, that's kind of what sucks about the P90. It kind of kicks a good amount. Like, it's not super consistent. So I mean, I understand, but that was still tragic. And I mean, but regardless, Davenport will be able to establish that second floor control, and that's going to be able to help them with their vertical quite a lot. And you got to keep in mind that, Cincinnati Red, they are still kind of roaming around a bit. Kodiak going to be able to nitro out champs. That floor is soft? I didn't know that. But I mean,
the rework that they have, I'm pretty sure they made it more like soft breaches throughout
that's interesting.
throughout the map. Cause
Yeah.
where Buck is standing is also all soft.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the Cincinnati Red is just very kind of sparsed around, and it does look like they are going to be able to get a plant possibly over by A very soon. We still have a hold from server side, but I don't think that's going to matter, as that I believe Davenport's going to force this soon. But I mean, they do have a lot of nitros remaining. They have Duck, Dark Matter with 2 nitros on the board, waiting for that plant. There comes the plant. We're going to see the nitro in just a second, but the push starts to come in to displace them, and the diffuser successfully goes down. It doesn't matter that they have those nitros. It's not going to pay off. Faker going to go for the triple kill, possibly going for the gold ace here, folks, as Duck goes down as well, but that's power to steal the ace. The ace taken away once again with Tooth to finish the job from Kodiak. When Tooth is back, he gets the job done, finishing out the last player for Davenport to come back, now on a 5-3.
Yeah, I think they need a little more presence upstairs. Like, I know Consulate got a rework, but that site still has very core fundamentals of the old map and like how pros played it. Where like pros, they had some presence still, like on the very top floor, and then like maybe like 2 upstairs, 2 downstairs, and then 1 floating between like maybe closer to site, like first floor, or helping out like the kitchen people, and like extend that way if like the team is pushing like horizontal.
Yeah. Either way, I mean, this is not looking good for Cincinnati Red. For Davenport, you know, to reinstate that lost momentum, because we know how Davenport can carry it with how they did on their defense on Oregon. So the fact that they have this now, you know, with Cincinnati having so many rounds to go, this is really bad. I kind of called it, folks. I had a feeling, a sneaking suspicion, that Davenport had some tricks up their sleeves, and boy, are they pulling out or holding back no stops there here. I don't really know that expression. I don't really care. You get the idea. They are not holding back with these setups, and it's obviously catching Cincinnati Red off guard. And I mean, with them being able to take that attack round, with how things have been going out, I'm really fearful for Cincinnati Red. We could see an end on a 2-0, which I would have never expected. I was really confident, especially with, you know, Davenport taking Oregon, that it was going to be, you know, a 1-2 or a 2-1. But no, it looks like, you know, or I'm sorry, actually, I kind of did expect this with Cincinnati not being able to take it. But I mean, still, I didn't really, like, you know, encapsulate that. That's possibly the reality there, with Davenport only 2 rounds away from finishing this up for good as the champions for fall semester 23. And I mean, so far it doesn't look like they're showing any signs of stopping, as they already have cemented that admin control, and they are putting the pressure on the vertical so early on. They've got that catering wall open. Tooth is disconnected once again. It's now a 4v5. Tooth cannot get a break. Ubisoft, you suck. Let's get this party started as they now get that castle wall open. We're going to see some fights, but I think we already know how this is going to go out historically. Flashes do come out. Pup tries to rotate over to meeting hallway. He's going to hold over there, but I think there might be a player from behind. That could be a problem. Not getting caught out, but does get a double reswing thanks to Faker to catch him out. Does spot the rotate player, duck, but takes a lot of damage. Oh, but the switch up from the shorty completely catches Faker off guard. What a fast-paced response. Duck trying to hold this catering door here, but at very low HP. All it takes is one stray shot, and Duck's out of fight, and he knows this, holding very close with the shorty, trying to catch out Nazaru, who's at full HP here. By all means, this is very doable for Duck, despite being low HP. All it takes is that shorty, but there was a cam on him that does get taken out. They know exactly where he is, but he is not gonna peek. This waiting for him to expose himself, and he's caught in a corner as there's a crossfire as well, trying to bait out this peek, but it's not gonna happen. Oh, but Duck tries to rotate and gets caught, and as a result, barely exposing his body as he tries to get out. Should have stood your ground, my friend, in my humble opinion. But here comes Nazaru trying to finish out this vertical clear, but this one holding prone, that's gonna be Dark Matter. Oh, but Nazaru with the successful clear. It's now a 2v2. They are an attack on a 2v2, and we've seen that in this situation, attacker usually comes out on top, but with 10 seconds left on the clock, they're gonna have to make their move eventually. Kodiak does successfully deny power, and with Bridge to finish the job on Nazaru, once again, the disconnect, proving that it costs Davenport more rounds. Are we gonna see another rehost here? I sure hope not.
Maybe. Because I think I
don't know. I mean, it's very unfortunate for Tooth. Ubisoft really has something out for my man Tooth here. It's quite tragic, but I mean, it's still very favorable for Davenport, the fact that they were able to pick up that round. But I mean, that disconnect just keeps killing their momentum, and this is what I'm fearful of, is that this is going to continue to happen, and when it does, they lose momentum as a result. And, you know, it sucks that, you know, like, this is happening, but it is having an in-game impact. It's not like, you know, it's just stalling time. Like, Davenport is clearly losing momentum as a result, because otherwise I feel like by all means they would have had that round if not for it. So, I mean, if they can't really get Tooth in, you know, consistently after this pause, I'm gonna be honest, I'm very worried for how they're gonna look on Skyscraper, as I doubt they will take it on this map, you know, consistently being in a 4v5. But I mean, they still have a round lead. There's still 3 rounds for them to catch up, but I mean, whether or not that actually, or whether or not they actually are even able to bring it overtime remains to be seen, because whenever, you know, Tooth disconnects, Davenport, I don't think has won a single time when a disconnect has occurred. So, I mean, it has real repercussions. It is genuinely affecting Davenport, and it's having a serious impact. But, I mean,
It looks
what
like
can
they're
you
just
do?
gonna play it out though. Davenport's gonna try it, see how it all goes.
I mean, do you really have an option, though? He already switched PCs, and that didn't work.
Yeah.
Attackers
I
need to
mean, it's
locate
really
and defuse as
unfortunate,
many
but
bombs
there's
as they
really
can.
not a lot of options, unfortunately. But moving on from those unfortunate technical difficulties, it does look like Cincinnati Red will now be playing up in second floor. And, I mean, Davenport has shown that they have that ability, you know, to kind of force that space up against Cincinnati Red from how they played from the round that they did manage to win after the timeout. So, I mean, honestly, I think them establishing admin control is going to be very important. What just happened?
They're gonna do it looks like they're gonna do a rush. Tooth is on a blitz.
Oh, no.
With
Why would you
Ryan
put...
and Amaru. I mean, that makes sense though, because I mean, like, he has such limited time of when his game is going to crash. So
You know what?
you gotta go all in, you know.
You're kind of right. I think you're kind of cooking with that. I didn't even think about that. That's 100% valid. Yeah, I mean, who knows when Tooth is gonna disconnect again?
Disconnects, like, sacrifice.
Yeah, you know what? Mine as well. I mean, the shield player usually does go down during the rush, but they're holding by the roof so far. I'm really wondering when this is going to take place, because, I mean, they're, like you said, they're waiting on that disconnect to happen, and if that's really their reasoning, you might want to do it, like, now and not have your shield player on the roof. Unless you can vault down. Is there
I'm
any
not
vault?
sure.
I don't think you can vault down from there. So, I
It
mean,
looks like Davenport's gonna kind of do what Cincinnati.
oh, you can! Oh, you can. Here we go. Here comes the rush. Starts to push in. There comes the blitz player right in Dark Matter's face, putting that immediate pressure on, where he's going to sustain a lot of damage. A little bit of pre-firing, trying to catch out the player. Not going to be able to get any damage in the process. Will get flushed out. Dark Matter does go down, but not before Faker gets eliminated thanks to Kodiak. But with Duck down, one down as well. The plant now going down as well. It's not looking good for Cincinnati Red, as Davenport actually being able to get a rush down and succeeding, as they have a player advantage. And on top of that, they have the pistol. No way. Are we going to see a third pick from Tooth? Oh my gosh, it does. Tooth getting another one, securing a kill, taking a double kill. The shield player going crazy, but Bringe steamrolling ahead, but not before getting promptly shut down by Nazaru. Rush does pay off, and hey, look! Tooth did disconnect, and Davenport wins. Crazy how that works, huh? It's just like when Tooth doesn't disconnect, they have a chance.
I mean, if they have nothing to lose, I mean, that rush, like, you go balls deep in it. I mean, Tooth just kept going, man.
Oh yeah, he was not stopping. He was chugging full steam ahead. The freaking blitz train just doesn't stop, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness.
And that calls match point as well.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Cincinnati gotta pull it out now. Gotta go through all the stops.
I agree. Pretty much their only real what do you call? Oh, what's that expression? You know, oh, the trump card. Their only trump card really is Tooth disconnecting. And now that that's not happening, that option's kind of out the window.
You know, he's gonna play blitz again. So how this rush is gonna go, who knows? Especially since they also have that Valak the Solus, and this time they're going again with this archives take, or like this archive site. So maybe they won't miss like any of that vert play and stuff, and they have memorized like the floorboards to get that angle of shooting them.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Who
I don't-
knows?
I don't know, but I mean, I think that's so smart of Davenport, knowing that Tooth could DC at any moment and having him go blitz and just running in there and just seeing what happens. You know what? I can't even blame him for that. Oh, but they do have the wall that leads straight to basement electrified.
Well,
they are gonna have to
It
get.
looks like they're gonna do the rush over in the single wall.
Yeah,
They're
it
gonna
does
do,
look like they're gonna go
horizontal
for it.
type of push instead
But
of,
they are gonna have to
upstairs.
get that electricity down. They're gonna have to do this very fast. Oh no, but there's someone holding the window. I think they know now. And you also have Kodiak holding the stairs. They know that Davenport's gonna go for a rush because they're scared of that disconnect. And look how aggressive Kodiak's holding this. Oh, he's gonna bandit trick. Oh my gosh. Oh, intro too. That was from below, I think. Oh my gosh, what a power play from Cincinnati Red. They know that Davenport is worried about the DC, so they're going for these rushes, but they're shutting this down. What an adaptation. I mean, that, I know it may not seem like a big deal, but that peek from the window gave so much information. It told Cincinnati Red everything they needed to know. It told them that they were going for this rush, where they were going for the rush, and I mean, all they needed was for Kodiak to come back and, you know, bandit trick where they're coming from, stalling just enough for that nitro. I mean, such a power play from Cincinnati Red. I mean, what more could you expect from two very prominent teams? But now it's all up to Nazaru, Power, and Chaps, who are still over by Visa to try to make something happen. We will see that Nazaru does force his way on a desk. Is he going to actually go for a plant? He does spot one of the cams. There is a second one. We'll be able to get that out and somehow not get nitro. But, oh, the walk-in from Bridge, and that's the fuser now down. Are going to see some flashes, but we will see the grid as well. It does seem like Davenport is really banking on forcing this plant, and it does seem like they're going to go for just that. There is a player holding by the stairs, going to try to walk back up. That's going to be Pup. Does get the pick, but it doesn't matter. The plant does go down. It's all up to Chaps, who's all alone. Oh, but spots the barricade player by the spiral, but there's another one. It goes out as a result, allowing for Cincinnati to get a clean rev and a TK as well. Okay. You know, my brain is fried now. I don't know what's happening anymore. This is actually insane.
They're desperate. Like, desperate doesn't look well. I think Davenport is getting a little too desperate. Who knows if Tooth is gonna disconnect, but it's still, you gotta play smart, you know?
Yeah, I feel like now that we've gone 2 rounds without a disconnect, I think it's a good idea that they don't play around anymore, because I don't think they really have to fear for that. Dude, imagine if
You say that and he's gonna disconnect this round.
I swear to gosh, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Just imagine, right? We say that, and Tooth goes not blitz, and he disconnects. That would be such tasteful irony. Oh, that would just be the icing on the cake.
Going to a
The
different
casting
side,
curse.
I think Davenport, like, it's only that that site that they didn't win, right? Like, they have a little more struggle on that side. I don't know if they did win it the last time or not, but that site seemed more of like an iffy site. Well, like, they've been able to win like other sites though, right? So I mean, they're at a different site, where they're able to get some stuff going. Or is it this site that they have problems when they can't get into projector?
I'm not 100% sure. There was definitely a site that they were, you know, really struggling on, and
I feel like it might be this one.
Oh no, dude, they can't get a break with Tooth. I mean, sure, it wasn't a disconnect, but I mean, oh my gosh, of all the people, Tooth just doesn't get to play the game. I don't know what to say. He just doesn't get to play the game with Pup getting a nasty spawn peek onto him. I mean, jeez, I couldn't imagine how tilted he must be right now. The disconnects, and then, you know, the blitz rush when he's not disconnecting, and then getting spawn peeked. Dude must be losing his marbles right now. I would be so unbelievably mad if I was him. And usually in competitive, I'm able to keep my cool. But, I mean, I would be smashing my keyboard right now. That is unbelievable. We will see the fuse try to go out for one puck, but it's going to get promptly shot out. Duck, holding that position. Will be able to get that castle now open. Oh, but Duck goes down. How did that happen? Very unfortunate. Oh, but Pup with another pick on the Nazaru, trying to bait out that duck or do a bait and switch on his down. They try to secure the kill, but are completely unsuccessful. And it does look like Pup will fall back, which means that Duck is unfortunately done for, at least for this round. They are going to try to secure the kill here through the prone angle. Is he going to be able to see him? I don't think he does, though.
Well, if he doesn't, the other guy has to. I mean, they're snaking across, please.
Yeah, but I mean, this is good for Cincinnati Red, as this means they're stalling a lot of time. I'm surprised they're still trying to confirm this kill instead of moving on. I mean, look at the time remaining. 108. They've wasted so much time, you know, dealing with that. I mean, I get it. You know, you don't want that player to come back, but I mean, when you have second floor locked up the way you do, does it really matter when you still have to get vertical? You still have to make your way down to first floor? I'd say no. Oh, but Dark Matter is going to sustain a lot, or Dark Matter will sustain a lot of damage. Tries to push out, but gets cut off by Power, holding the long angle. There's still another player holding Spiral Stairs in second floor, and that is going to be Pup. But if he gets spotted out here, that's going to prove a potential problem for them, as Davenport will have the player advantage as they do look to move on to first floor, but it doesn't seem like they have information on him. Or maybe they did. He does shoot out a drone, so that's going to be huge, knowing one of those players. It's going to make things a lot easier. They know he's going to have to rotate out, and that's going to allow them to possibly isolate him when he comes into play for this execute. Oh, Kodiak tries to get aggressive, but he just gave the opening, but not before Pup gets the triple kill. The Fuser now going down. 5 seconds left on the clock. With no one close to be able to deny this plant, Fuser will go down. We'll see Juan get taken out. Pup with the ace to deny Davenport for the overtime. Oh my gosh, the line of sight cutoff, getting completely thrown off guard here, and we're going to see a little bit of a toxic barricade from Pup. You've earned that ace, my friend, denying the second floor with the spawn peak and another impact pick, as well as the shutdown on the execute. That is your right for the toxic barricade, as now we are in overtime.
I think this is very tense. Like, Cincinnati's probably like looking up now, while Davenport's like really stressed now. I mean, they had the numbers, they had the count, and now they're in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, Davenport had their chance, but they lost it. But I mean, you got to keep in mind how many rounds they've lost due to disconnects. I mean, 3 rounds, and now that Tooth is not really having that issue. As long as he can just somehow get to play the game. You know, I think that's going to be Davenport's, you know, key to kind of winning this, is keep that man alive. He can't get a break.
A 5v5 is, you know, better than a 4v5. So.
I mean, it did basically turn to 4v5 with getting spawn peaked like that, thanks in no part to Pup with his disgusting ace. But I mean, goodness, like, it's... Tooth just can't get a chance to play. I mean, I can't imagine how he's feeling right now with all of these disconnects. You know, it's just like, okay, cool. I just don't get to play the game. I can't imagine that not being extremely tilting for him. But I mean, regardless, that doesn't matter anymore, as they are now on overtime. I mean, Cincinnati Red is
the same site.
No, Pup is not going to do it again. Wait, is that Tooth? No, that's not Tooth. That is Nazaru, who will actually take a lot of damage from that spawn peak. But, unlike Tooth, he will stay alive, but still sustains a lot of damage there. And it will look like they're going to go for a bit of a more direct push, as they are looking to position themselves for not really a rush, but a very, you know, fast initial second floor hold here, as we will see the Omar Repel come in. The push starts to come in with the Repel promptly after into admin, as they start to make their move over to vending. They will be able to establish that control relatively uncontested, but getting the vending is another story altogether. We will have Power still holding that Repel, just waiting for just the right moment to kind of reveal himself and try to displace these positions. It doesn't seem like they have information on Power, or at least Cincinnati Red's trying to get the information. Remember, Consolate's a map that's kind of infamous for runouts. Oh, but Chaps will be able to catch Duck from that long angle, that could be the opening for Davenport to get even more control. We will see a little bit of an aggression from Pop as he tries to take some space here, but that's not gonna really happen here. Oh, but the wall bang from Pop. But I don't think he knows that Faker's down. Kodiak will be able to take power from that repel. That's going to be that position gone. And ooh, a Nitro as well. And with Diffuser gone on the window, it's not looking too good for Davenport, as they're going to have to try to grab that Diffuser somehow, especially with it being so close to sight and now being down to 2 players. Unless they are able to save Faker here, they will be able to get that Diffuser. At least it looks like they will. No one really holding below. They do have a beep or a sensor there, but it's not. There's not really a Nitro for a follow-up, as only Bridge has that. Is not really in position for that, but it does look like she might still try to go for it nonetheless. Are we gonna see a pick here? Doesn't look like. Oh, there's the Nitro, but I think it's gonna be a little bit too late here. They might actually have a cam actively watching Chaps here. This could be a timing thing, but it does look like Chaps is aware possibly this is Nitro. Yep, the Nitro goes off, not going to do any damage. Does look like Tooth trying to take that fight onto Dark Matter. Not going to really be able to get much damage out to him, as he does pursue down, trying to get those numbers looking a little bit better. And I forgot to mention, Faker does get razzed. Ooh, Faker was a really nice cutoff onto Dark Matter. They're going to be able to clear him up, but Bridge will be able to take Faker as she vaults in. Now a 2v3 with 15 seconds left. They go for the flash. Is going to have to drop. Bridge does take Tooth as well, but being completely blind herself, Kodiak finishes Chaps out. And now Cincinnati Red, for the first time, is at the position to take this map and has that lead.
Davenport really needs this round to turn around. I can see the stress that in their gameplay and their that type of stuff. Like, Cincinnati is very, very proud right now. I mean, they're finally doing those spawn peaks and being very aggressive and going for those repeaks.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it seems like they're trying to do, but I mean, I don't know. It's so interesting that they're now able to, regain that lead. I really thought Davenport would have, been able to kind of nail their attack, but I mean, I don't know. Just the way they kind of positioned themselves really didn't pay off. I mean, that I don't know. I think Power tried to repel in, which I feel like was a huge mistake. I really don't know what they were trying to go for after they attempted to get, vertical control, but it really didn't work, unfortunately. But we will still see a similar, vertical hold from Davenport as well, as this is pretty much their last chance if we are to move to the decider map. I still think Davenport has an edge, to win this out. Remember, they have a very high survival rate on Skyscraper, which is a unique characteristic that not a lot of teams, I feel, exhibit on such a map. So I mean, I still, in my opinion, feel like they have an edge even if they lose this map. But I mean, it's still, kind of disheartening mental-wise that you had such a good lead, an opportunity to close it out, and then you lost it due to a never-ending series of disconnects. But it does seem like that's your last opportunity. We do see a little bit of Vert trying to get set up on the Pup, but Pup will be able to sneak right by, and I don't think Tooth knows that Pup is already in X position. I think this information gap could cost Davenport a potential player if they're not ready for that possibility. We'll see drone start to come out. We'll spot Faker here, as Faker still holding by service stairs, trying to wait for a potential swing. No one's going to really come, as they're still getting that lobby control. That's really what the focus is, as right now, Pup getting closely followed with, or following a drone, will be able to get a lot of control of this first floor area, and even all the way up the top spiral as well. They will get a little bit of pings onto where these second floor players are, but eventually they're going to have to get some grounds, as it doesn't look like Davenport has a lot of, presence down by first floor. Really no presence at all. And I wonder what impact this is going to have. I mean, we saw how much damage, Cincinnati Red can have from below. But, I mean, Davenport doesn't seem to want to go for the same thing from below. But I mean, so far it's been pretty slow. However, we will see Duck Duck start to now creep up. Bridge will be able to take Faker, and that is going to be, their opening to start really closing down, especially now that they have Spiral. Pretty much Davenport's kind of cut off now. If this vending hold falls apart, power is pretty much done for here. This hold is going to be really important, and it's going to be vital for Nazaru to help with this hold as well. Otherwise, they can possibly see their hold quickly fall apart. 43 seconds left on the round, and I mean, so far they really haven't pushed out beyond admin. Kodiak and Duck Duck now going down, but Bridge will be able to take power. That was that fallback I was talking about, and with a triple kill, taking Tooth as well. It's now down to Nazaru and Chaps to try to save this, but Bridge with the 4K. Are we going to see another ace from Cincinnati Red? Nazaru will take Pup. This is his chance to clutch, but he's got to deal with Bridge, who is holding his cutoff. Oh, but Nazaru gets the triple kill, but not before Dark Matter finishes the job onto Nazaru in a very close round that could have potentially went very poorly, but instead, Dark Matter finishes the job. And with that, Cincinnati Red, although very closely, will be able to take Map 2. We are now on Decider. This is the final match of Midwest R6.
It's so, these games are going so long. I mean, I think Davenport, you can see their exhaustion in their gameplay, because I mean, like, these games keep going so long. I mean, the score for Oregon was like 6-4 or 7-4, right? Like, that's a lot of rounds. And then now with this one where it went to overtime, like, it's a lot.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. And I mean, that with how they've handled attack, because their attack really, fell apart towards the end, even when they had all their players up after that rush they tried to do, or their rush, which did work pretty well the first time around. I'm really worried for Skyscraper because, I mean, it's one of those maps, where if you can't pick up a single attack round, even though that can be extremely difficult, you're going to be in a lot of trouble here. But, I mean, every site is still really defender-sided, but I feel like Cincinnati Red will be able to pick up an attack, at least one, and if Davenport can't do the same, I think they're going to be toast here. I really don't know. This is going to be close. This is going to be really close. I genuinely don't know who's going to come out on top. I speculate Davenport because of their high survival rate on this map, but, I mean, who's really to say? I mean, do you have really an answer? Because I honestly don't.
No, I don't. At this point, like, how it's been going, it has been a roller coaster of, like,
Seriously.
people are going on top, people are down the bottom, up, down. I mean,
Right.
it's crazy. And like that goes with the mental as well. So it's whoever can. I feel like this is just like a marathon, and whoever can endure the most will win.
Yeah,
So
endure the onslaught, really.
hmm
Yeah, that's going to be who comes out on top. But we will have the answer soon enough for which team will be able to endure the onslaught and come out on top, as we now take a break, and we will be then moving on to our final match on Skyscraper. Get ready, because who knows what we'll be facing. We'll be right back.
Bathroom dead.
I'm
I'm in bathroom.
I'm gonna keep holding point.
Capcan dead.
Going up blue.
Bathroom dead. I'm in
gonna
bathroom.
I'm gonna keep holding point.
Capcan dead.
Going up blue.
Diffuser down closet. Trophy. Get some power. You just.
Below man who can get in, and they drop down randomly.
All right, everybody, and welcome back. This is it, ladies and gentlemen, the last match. We are now into our decider map of Skyscraper. We've just seen how Cincinnati Red is certainly able to come back in grueling times. I mean, they had an ace into overtime, and I mean, they still were able to clutch it up, you know, not giving Davenport any grounds, winning both of their overtime matches in order for them to squeeze out a win as we now move on to Skyscraper. I mean, such a close match. I mean, so many memorable rounds on top of Tooth just getting absolutely obliterated by disconnects, then the spawn peak. I mean, that guy just couldn't get a break. That was literally the game of Tooth not getting a chance to play. Seriously, I feel so bad for him. But I mean, with that being said, Yoshiru, what do you think about the game we just saw? I mean, there's so many memorable moments, really.
I mean, I think
He
it's
knows it
just like going up and down and seeing the players' mental go up and down as well. Because it really does show in their gameplay, like how they're feeling and like where they're going, and getting the traction, but then falling back, and then getting it back in, and then falling back. I mean, it's going back and forth. I mean,
Yeah, the momentum for both teams were rather inconsistent. I mean, obviously Cincinnati Red were able to really ramp it up at the end after having, that disgusting ace from Pop. But I mean, otherwise, yeah, it was a very back and forth nature. I mean, Davenport, excuse me. They were able to sustain a lead, but it really started to fall apart. And then they would pick up around, and then they would lose some more. And then they pick up around, and then they'd lose some more. And then they got, finished out in overtime. I mean, it's just a really unfortunate situation for Davenport. I mean, they played really well for what they had to deal with, but they started to fall apart towards the end. But with that said, it's now time, ladies and gentlemen, time for the end for these Titans to show who really is on top, who will be announced the King of Crowns, or what was it again? The best of the best, the King of Kings in Midwest R6 for the fall season of 2023. Holy moly. I'm actually losing my mind here. My mental is gone. Stop calling me Sheldon. This is why it's happening. It's your fault. It's your fault. It's everyone's fault. This is a collective activity that has occurred, ladies and gentlemen. But with that being said, let's get this party started as we now move on to the decider match of Skyscraper. Yoshiru, you ready for this?
as I can ever be.
As I, Sheldon Fivehead, could ever be. Let's get into this. What do you think we're gonna see for bans, Yoshiru?
I really don't know. I'm just gonna say like default off, get that Dokkaebi, and I would like to say Ying, but I don't know if like Ying is like unscrewed. Maybe Jackal. They played a lot of Jackal, at least on attack.
Yeah, we did see a lot of Jackal, but
okay, they bring Ying anyway.
Yeah, I still feel like we're gonna see a Dokkaebi ban, and I mean, come on, the Ying's too strong, especially on a site like this. It just
huh?
Whoa. Man, these teams are crazy with these bans. We saw a Pulse ban, and then we saw a Gridlock ban. Cincinnati Red is cooking. The Solus ban makes sense. We did see quite a lot of play of.
Why did they ban Gridlock? Like, did they play Gridlock?
I mean, think about it. Think about it. What was the one thing that Davenport was able to do quite well? They were able to secure their control, at least initially. And Gridlock was a big contributor to doing that. So it makes sense. And there's the Tuba ban again.
I really cannot remember them playing Gridlock. At least Davenport. Like, I saw Cincinnati run them a little bit, but like
but I mean, like, I wouldn't say so much as the play. It's just the fact that Davenport is much more effective in being able to hold their control that they establish. And I think what Cincinnati Red's going for is they want to have the ability to contest that space or force Davenport to commit to, not as often played operators like Nomad or Zero or ops like those in order to get that control establishment, which I think Cincinnati Red wants because it's easier to kind of shoot out those Nomads in these types of spaces. I think this is what Cincinnati Red wants. They're not anticipating Davenport playing grid as much, but they want to make sure that it's a zero possibility. Or at least this is what I speculate is the reason for the ban. Because you're right, I don't think Davenport played her too much, but it's a matter of what happens when they do.
10 seconds to insertion.
Does look like we will be starting out on a default site here. Moving. What on earth is Power doing? He has a reinforcement all the way, like closet. I don't even know where that is. Is that a thing? Did people reinforce there? I mean, they had reinforcements to spare, so screwed, I guess. I mean, he is holding down that area where he reinforced, but I mean, what?
I mean, if they have extra reinforcements, why not use it? I mean, like,
Yeah, you're right, but I mean,
use them all.
But I mean, if they go that route, that kind of reveals where he is, that he's gonna be holding there solidly, and that's gonna attract potentially unwanted attention, especially, you know, they spot that and don't really push that way. They can just use that information to silently wrap around, and that could be a serious problem. But fortunately for Power, that doesn't end up being the case. But I mean, that was definitely interesting for sure. I have not seen that before, but it does look like they're gonna go for a very aggressive kind of, or possibly aggressive Geisha take, as we will see Emilio fall or start to fall back, but no fallback or no vault in quite yet. I mean, getting that wall, you know, early as they have. I mean, it started at the or towards the, you know, usually it's done later on. Oh, but there it is, folks. There's the first pick of the last match. Emilio gonna be able to take Duck there. That is gonna be the Thatcher gone, but they do have Geisha wall already open. So I mean, I guess in that sense, you know, getting that wall open earlier than a lot of teams usually do, is, you know, I mean, it paid off at least.
I mean,
they got what they wanted.
Standard, like how when they got it open. I mean, like if they're going like tea and karaoke, that's like one of the first things that you get done actually, is like getting the Geisha wall open, and like even if you're not pushing it, you just open it. I mean, like
That's
it's
yeah.
a lot of pressure and whatnot.
Yeah, it's just the rotation time, and because it's on a bout, you're kind of forced to kind of stay there. So I usually expect it to be more later on. But moving on, 44 seconds remaining. They are gonna have to get an execute going eventually. But here's the problem: there's still Power sitting below, and no points being contested. And Bridge is over by the stairs, and that could be a problem. And so is Pup here. Dark Matter will be able to take Power. Does look like they're getting ready for that execute, as they do clear out that below player. Oh, but Emilio getting a nice headshot angle on the door, but Dark Matter will be able to take Chaps here. They are going to have to move out the black stairs, and here they come, flooding up through back stairs here, getting ready for that move, but they get caught out from the head-eye angle. Thank the Faker. They will be able to make it through to the rotate, start to push it, will be able to cut out Emilio, but they still have to deal with Faker, who has that line of sight. Will be able to catch another, thanks to Missouri, and Faker to finish the job on the Pup, as Davenport picks up the first round. Also, shout out to, just kidding, I don't give shout outs, get trolled. Someone asked for a shout out in chat.
Yeah, that was I mean, okay, speaking of like how you said like, oh, if you open Geisha, like you should just play there, because it's like the rotation. I think Cincinnati had some problems of like their time management and that like rotation as well. I mean, it was 40 seconds and they still didn't have black control, which I think if you want to like take something like that, I feel like you need like samurai control to like cut that site in half, because you can see like straight through, you know.
And what I find so interesting is that they had Geisha wall, but they did nothing really with it, which is not what I expected. I mean, if you have that open that early, I mean, usually, right, you're kind of saying that you're going to hold that and take that space eventually. You're going to wait for an execute, but that never happened. That's, again, why I said I was so surprised they opened it that early, because, I mean, they just kind of rotated off of it. And, I mean, that wastes a lot of time because you got to rappel all the way down, or you got to push in from waiting room. I mean, that is an option. You can go through waiting room, but, I mean, whatever they did there, it really didn't pay off, unfortunately. But it does look like they will be moving on to the Armory site now, as they did win that first round. And I mean, they went out in pretty clean fashion, if you ask me. We will see an immediate push from Pup. Gonna try to flush out any first floor players, not countering anyone just yet. Does she have a drone covering her? Because I don't know, she's running in pretty fast. Yeah, she does have a drone. Gonna be trying to look for any kind of opening to try to nade out and clear out that, that tight corner so they can get that wall properly secured. A lot of players tend to run out and do some crazy stuff over there. There's the first nade out. Doesn't catch on anyone, but Amelia trying to get aggressive to contest that nade flare. We will see the stem come out. Are we going to see any possible push here? Doesn't look like that will be the case. Oh, but Chaps, Pup just running straight into Chaps' line of sight. That's going to be a crucial pick. I mean, that means that Cincinnati Red's not going to really be able to play split here, as if a player goes down, they're pretty much gone. That is a really big loss if Cincinnati Red wants to opt for that more kind of split style, which it does look like they're kind of going for. I mean, we have Bridge opening up this T-room wall completely alone. Gonna have to take this fight onto possibly two players all by himself. You got a player by the shield, you got a player by the door, trying to push out this T player, but with as many angles and positions to counteract, this could be really bad if they lose Bridge here. That is their hard breacher, but they will be able to successfully flush out Davenport as they do fall back all the way to drum, with Chaps still holding close. He has a shotgun. This is a pretty deadly angle, but with the clearance that they have to push all the way into Shrine as well, that might not pay off. Maker will be able to take Bridge here, and Dark Matter might potentially go down. He's in quite a precarious position here. Not going to be able to catch that peek. Oh, but the head height angle from the Zaru will be able to take Dark Matter. Chaps getting duck out from the angle as well. That drum angle, I'm surprised that even went out the way it did. And, ooh, Emilio to finish the job for a flawless round. Davenport, they are coming out swinging. They are not happy with the map loss for map 2, and they are not going to let this happen again.
Oh yeah, I think maybe Cincinnati, like this time, from like how I saw they played, is that I don't think they got enough utility going if they're pushing from that side, and especially since Davenport was extending towards like the tea room, you definitely have to bring a lot of utility, because like they had that shield, they have people over there. But I think another thing they had issues with is a few placement issues, where they were just going very direct. There wasn't really any cross, and the only cross was Dark Matter. But I think they needed like another one over by like maybe Shrine window, so that Dark Matter didn't have to worry about that single wall and Dragon as much, because the Shrine person will be able to see something there.
Yeah, there were so many angles just kind of locking them out from really being able to do anything. But I mean, honestly, I just feel like Cincinnati Red didn't really do their due diligence when it came to clearing out. I mean, falling back to drums is very common. For the fact that they even lost a player rotating the shrines, that shouldn't have happened. I'm gonna be straight up, that really should not have happened. I feel like, since, Davenport, they did run it well with their fallback, but I feel like Cincinnati Red really just did not have a good attacking plan there, and it kind of showed with how they got flawless there. I mean, that really shouldn't have happened at all. And I mean, the pick from the back on Pup was also really unfortunate too. Just a series of unfortunate events that befall them. But this is Cincinnati Red's opportunity to, kind of give themselves a little bit of forgiveness, as they are now attacking first floor, which of all the sites, it's kind of similar. Oregon is one of the more contestable sites, but still a very tough site to hold on to, even still. So I mean, there's a good chance, if any map is a map to take a site, it's this one, but that doesn't mean it's a given by any means. It's a tough cookie to crumble. Although, fortunately, Emilio gonna take Pup, but not before getting refragged from Kodiak here. I mean, at least they don't have to worry about nitros, which is what I was trying to say, which does help, but I mean, not being able to put that pressure can add to a lack of options as far as like hash jobs goes. Oh, but Chaps will take Kodiak, who tries to take the fight to her from that breach, but won't be able to take it. Duck trying to cut off another player, but Chaps will be able to catch Bridge before that happens. Dark Matter will successfully be able to take Faker out. That's going to be Legion gone. But with 2 players down and both of them very split. Oh, a vertical flick. A very nice one onto Nazaru. It's looking a little bit better here. They do know exactly where Chaps is, who's still over by that corner. But they don't really have a means to push this together. We will see the drop from the Balk, a flash going through, and Duck Duck really wants this fight onto Chaps here, but whether or not she actually secures that is another story, as she does start to push up.
Not be smart, because I mean she's just like Fortnited up in there. Like she had a whole layer.
Oh, nice shot from Power. But no, you're absolutely right. She had that thing Fortnited up. Oh, Duck Duck still trying to take the fight. She does have sight, but she doesn't have diffuser as it's across the map. She is gonna have to take those fights, and whether or not she clears one, almost gets pre-fired, doesn't, ends up flashing herself here. 29 seconds. Both players are on site. Oh, but his foot's exposed, but that's not gonna matter. Oh, but there's Chaps to finish up Duck Duck from the rotate, trying to take a fight to Rooney, but that is not going to happen at all. I mean, that was kind of her only option. She had to take those fights, but I mean, Davenport, while their positioning was a little bit concerning, I was kind of fearful that Rooney would overpeak that. But, I mean, they still didn't give an opening to Cincinnati Red. They needed to take that first floor site, and it didn't happen. I mean, they completely were unsuccessful in taking Geisha. I mean, there was one player, but Chops really held it down over in Geisha, and that just was too much of Cincinnati Red. The Fortnite build mode goes crazy, I guess.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Looks like we'll be back onto second floor. I mean, might as well go for the full rotation. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, it looks like that survival rate on Davenport is really showing. I mean, look at how many players that they've had alive. I mean, they had a flawless round. They had, 2 players up that round. They really are showing why their survival rate is so high, because they're always, coming out with at least 2, if not more players alive, when it comes down to the very end of it. And I think, Cincinnati Red, they're either going to have to get their executes down, or they're going to have to put more effort into flushing out singled out players such as Chaps. Otherwise, they're going to continue to have failed executes and fall apart before they even get the chance to do that. All right, I'm down. Oops, sorry, just checking something. Does look like they will be getting that Geisha wall again. I mean, you know what the definition of insanity is, my friends? If oh, what was it again? I actually forgot. Oh yeah, when you try to do the same thing and get a different result. And it seems like Cincinnati Red might be doing that, trying to go for Geisha. Though granted, it is Amelia that is over by Geisha and only has the Wamais. There's no Fortnite building over in Geisha. So, I mean, that's at least going for them. Oh, Faker is going to get taken out thanks to Dark Matter, though. Going to be holding at repel angle to catch one. Very nice position. Actually, that is really tight. To be able to take out one player from there.
It looks like they're kind of doing the same thing, but this time they have like a little bit more pressure together and more like cohesive.
Yeah, but
before, because I don't think they had like an idea before, but now they're like, it's a little better.
Oh no!
But that flick was insane.
Oh no, Pump, that was all you, and Nazaru's so low too. Oh, but I think no, Pump I think was still down. I was just trying attempted kill secure, but I don't think that's gonna happen as Bridge is booking it to get that res, and you should be able to get this relatively safe considering how far back Davenport is at the moment, and especially with Duck Duck holding the angle as well onto Balk.
Do they know that someone's off site? Like for sure, because they I don't know if they know if like Chaps is still over roaming by Samurai or not.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they really know, but I mean, Either way, they've got a person holding that angle that should be able to hold him up. Oh, but not if Chaps can take that pick on the initial break. And with Pup taking Emilio and Power taking Duck as well, it's still looking close on a 3v3. Cincinnati Red has taken a few players out, but I don't think this is going to be enough to get a successful execute. Oh, but Power? Holding prone, right, exposed to Pup. This could be the opportunity for Davenport to try to take this round. Nazaru and Chaps are going to have to play this aggressive here, and we will see just that as Nazaru does take Bridge, trying to take that swing, but he's going to be stuck in a corner here. He's going to need help from Chaps, but we will see him take Pup and Dark Matter as well, as the flank all the way from Waiting Room pays off tremendously for a triple kill, as they had really no one to take that fight on the last second.
I wonder they didn't clear that like at all. Like I wonder like, cause that Thatcher I'm pretty sure like didn't even know that Legion was there whatsoever.
No, you called it. They had no idea that he was playing there, and the problem was with such little time. I mean, there was really no way to account for him because he was holding a line of sight directly into where they were pushing. And thanks to Mute being able to successfully hold off, that back stairs front, it pretty much sealed the deal for Cincinnati Red as far as them being able to win that round, because they needed those players to be able to push out Nazaru. And if they were able to do that, they would have had a very strong chance, as they would have been able to completely ignore and cut off Chaps there. But because they couldn't do that, because Nazaru got those essential picks in eliminating that front, that meant they had to deal with a funnel and a pretty mean line of sight that they didn't have an answer to, due to the fact of what you said. They didn't know he was there, evidenced by how Thatcher Bridge went out that round. Moving on, it does look like we will be back onto Armory. I mean, Davenport pretty much is getting to go through this cycle pretty much unscathed. I mean, Davenport consistently is always able to hold some kind of either player advantage or numbers. They always have, a good survival rate, maintaining 3 players or 2 players or more at the very execute. Like, Cincinnati Red just cannot get the picks that they need without in turn losing a lot of their players as well. I feel that they need to commit. Ooh, Faker already taking a player out so early on. Was that from Shrine Window? I think it was. But I mean, like I said, or like I was saying, like, Cincinnati Red needs to be able to take these fights. I rarely say this, but Cincinnati needs to get their gunny up. They need to get rid of Davenport players. They need to lower these numbers no matter what. They cannot allow Davenport to have as many players or as much of an advantage as they do. They keep the numbers up and dwindle down Davenport to 2 or less. Because if they can do that, they should have a clean execute. But, I mean, setup be danged. If you cannot get those numbers down on Davenport, who has such an infamous survival rate, it doesn't matter. And I mean, we're already seeing that once again, with Pup being eliminated so early on. They will be able to get that wall open. I do have an angle onto those holes. Oh, that could have been an opportunity to take out Power, but that's just
Do they know about the Warden? I don't think they know about the Warden, the Thatcher.
I don't know. With the way that he's holding that corner, I think he might. I mean, look at the way
he hears them now.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, but Chat still wins it anyway. Intel, I guess, also be danged. Oh, but there's the refrag from Kodiak. At least they got a refrag, but refrags are not going to be enough here.
Emilio might get that refrag back, though. He's waiting.
If he does, that is going to be really bad. Oh, got a drone!
Oh,
Kodiak!
no.
Kodiak! Oh, and the question mark from Chaps, too. No. No. Oh, my gosh. That is tragic. Now you got a numbers game. Now you got a numbers advantage. Cincinnati, you're doomed. I'm sorry. Faker takes Dark Matter, and Duck's going to go down as well. Still outside by Tara's balcony. What is she going to do? What is she going to do? We know how Davenport is able to hold their numbers up. They're not going to let this go. The smoke's all it's going to do. Whoa, hello.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, Duck does take one. Trying to take another on head height. Try to buff those numbers a little bit, because, I mean, you're not winning this. I'm sorry. With all due respect,
It's
you're not
probably
winning this.
a tactical timeout, you know.
It has
Just
to be.
talking, yeah.
It has to be. I mean, they're stalling the time, and you kind of have to call a timeout. I mean, you're now back onto first floor with round 6. You haven't won a single attack. This is really bad. Oh,
Oh,
Chaps
you
with
got-
more
oh.
trash talk. Oh my gosh.
Bro, you got some chirpers on Davenport. I don't
Oh
know if
yeah,
guys
you got
play
some
hockey or not, but
yappers.
you know, they're chirping up Cincinnati Red right now. Like their
They-
quote was oh my gosh, was
They-
also the same thing, like poking the bear and everything. Oh my god, look at the chat right now.
Yeah, you guys can't see it, but Davenport's literally spamming Cincinnati going, hey, hey, hi, hey, hey, hey. They're just bidding response for Cincinnati. But I mean, can you blame them? I mean, their defenses went so cleanly up to this point.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't help but troll
Yes.
around a little bit, but Chap's going, don't get
Oh,
nervous
no.
too. Dude, they're not stopping. I want to see Cincinnati Red curb stomp on defense. Oh my gosh, every
But
time,
if it
right?
does become a 6-1, I mean, like, what they win, like the first defending round, then it's so much harder to not, like, you have to do that 5 more times of absolutely making it perfect, no mistakes, like, with like the more rounds that you guys are like the distances, the more times that it's okay, like air quotes, okay to mess up and like
Yeah, you
out
have
a
more
little
room
bit.
for
You
error.
can't feel it out at all with this
Yeah.
map either, because if they do go 6-0 for the split, like that is so
bad.
hard to come back from. Like I
Even
don't
on
know.
Skyscraper, because all it takes is
Yeah,
one.
exactly. It's just one, and Skyscraper. There's a lot that you can like make mistakes of like over peeking, positioning, not getting enough utility done. Like there's a lot, especially on this type of map where, in my opinion, it's pretty equal of it being defender sided and attacker sided. It all depends on how you play it and how you can get through those small errors that you find.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much just have, you pretty much have to have those imperfections down to nothing. But I mean, this is the second time running first floor. Maybe Cincinnati can, take this, but they've got to address the problem that they fall apart. Oh my gosh, on the vertical again, Chaps with the Fortnite build already taking Kodiak. And that's Thatcher too, which means it's going to be a lot harder getting those walls open. But then again, I mean, what walls do you really need to open, to be quite frank? They got the Geisha wall. Oh, Chaps with the nasty shot on a dark matter. There is nothing you can do to get through this menace. I mean, 11-2 and the slam from the rappel. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Disgusting. Disgusting all the way around. Chaps, you're a monster. You are a monster. You can't stop this fool. Oh my gosh.
Is living rent free in these guys' head. They're so disconnected right now. Like, I can like why like they're so separated. They're so everything. I mean,
what was that, Duck?
whoa.
What was that? Are you kidding me? You know Chaps is playing this aggressive. I can't.
It looks like they're just gonna
can't do this.
rotate and they're going towards like a horizontal type of play, and they're just gonna go for it.
Okay.
They don't have defuse though. I'm not sure where Lion is at the moment. Oh, they're playing together at least.
Yeah,
But they don't have defuse still. That is still on the balcony. Or actually it's outside. It should be outside the window now, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
it's on the balcony window.
Yeah,
I think it's by the balcony window. But I mean, I can't do this. This is so devastating. I mean, the way that they fell apart on Geisha, like, I don't know. Just don't go Geisha. I don't know what to say. Like, half of the Davenport kills is from Geisha.
I think they need to bring like Lion EMP so that you have those two like passive stuff. But do they know that?
No way.
Oh my god.
What the? Okay, I don't know what to make of this anymore. What? I don't even think they were walking. Oh, there we go. Faker does take Pup. It's now all up the bridge. Oh, can't finish the job for Faker to secure a Davenport for a double kill, as we are now on to match point on the half.
Oh my gosh.
Ladies and gentlemen, are we going to see a perfect game on the decider map of the grand finals? Are we really going to have an upset this severe?
This is so sad. Like, what happened to Consulate, man? Like,
Yeah.
I know that, frick, why can't I think of his name? Am I seeing it, like, on the... Did they change players?
Yeah, they changed out Tooth because he was not
Tooth.
able to
Thank
basically
you.
play the game.
I was like, wait, what am I looking at right now? Yeah, they had Tooth, like, coming in and out, but is that really the factor that, like,
I think so.
makes them this? Like,
I really do.
wow.
I mean, you gotta
This
keep
is
in mind,
wow.
every single time that Tooth disconnected for Davenport, they lost a round. Every single time. I don't think they ever won a round where Tooth disconnected, unless he was already eliminated. And even then, I think they lost those rounds too. I mean, but
it looks like that Davenport is gonna go for a rush and probably overwhelm them. They have that blitz, they have the Dokkaebi. I could see like a black karaoke rush, get someone on the window of karaoke, and then just rush black, get into karaoke, easy plant, and you overwhelm them.
You would hope that would happen, but I'm gonna be real. I think they might just be setting themselves up for a 7-0, because if anything is gonna cause you to lose your first half, especially if not done correctly, it's gonna be a rush. And if that's what happens, dude, that is not a way to go. Whoa, a very aggressive early nitro from Pup.
That wasn't a throw though. That throw
know.
just kind of landed on top of the boxes.
Yeah, I didn't really hit. Oh, but Pup will be able to take power for this this first pick. You know, I said what I said about the rushes, but I kind of forgot it's the Davenport attacking because they're on the swap. But I mean, the point still stands. The rush doesn't work. Dark Matter's
what
taking
site they're
Leo.
at?
Oh, Dark Matter taking Faker for a double. They are over by T Room Karaoke.
Okay, I didn't know if like Davenport like knows or not, because I mean, don't you look left first and then you're right? Like, it's kind of more your first angle, your first threat is probably gonna be on the left, because you can still walk in the door and the right not like see you yet, but like on the left, like you have the whole door.
I guess Cincinnati, I guess Davenport is just letting this play out because
you gotta
they
give him, like, a pretty
confident they
run,
got
you
in the
know?
bag. Yeah, you gotta make this a little bit
I'm
closer
kidding.
for the audience, ladies and gentlemen. We gotta make it close somehow.
You got 1 minute and 40 seconds. You got traps.
Yeah, imagine if
ace.
Tops clutches this. Imagine. Dude, that would be devastating. I mean,
Bring out the pistol. He's gonna pistol whip them all.
imagine. I mean, they do have 1 minute and 30 seconds, but I was not confident the second I saw that rush.
It
like
looks
that
like they're
never
doing
pays
a
off.
tactical timeout, to be honest. I mean, just like wasting the time talking about it.
Are
Just
they
like,
though?
I mean, I don't think so, because I mean, like, as like, you still have a drone. Cheffa still has a drone.
Ooh.
He has nades.
Ball's round.
Like, he can clearly just like drone, like figure himself out, and just take ones. Like, there was only one on Shrine. Like, you could have taken that one. It might have been a little harder, because I mean, they can obviously get a refrag or whatnot, but I mean, like, you take those ones. Like, as when you're going up against like a 1vx, you take ones always.
Yeah,
right?
you gotta
and
isolate those ones
and you
as much
like,
as possible.
yeah, you isolate them. He's shooting at the music thing, the music box. I can't think what the name was.
Yeah, but I mean, you also gotta keep in mind that like Cincinnati Red is really nervous right now. This is their last chance, and they have had an absolutely devastating start. I mean, they didn't win a single attack round, and now the pressure is on them. And I mean,
shaking in their boots.
yeah, and I mean, granted, right? You know, Davenport just completely trolled with whatever that was supposed to be. But I mean, the points. Oh wait, I think I was, or never mind. But I mean, like, it's not a good move, I don't think, you know, to try to, you know, rush. But anyway, you know, rush aside, Cincinnati Red wasn't going to give Davenport any
10
ones.
seconds
I
remaining.
mean, they almost did, but you got to keep in mind, they are scared out of their mind. They're going to be playing this unbelievably passive once it gets towards the end, unless they can keep their mental fortitude up. If they don't, though, which I'm kind of worried they aren't because of the fact that they still held back severely, despite the fact that they clearly stopped Davenport on whatever that rush was supposed to be. They still played it very passively, which tells me they're taking a very zero-risk mindset, which indicates to me that they're really nervous right now. And if that's the case, that's not how you're going to get 6 rounds, I'm afraid, for overtime. But, I mean, considering that theme park is one of the most defender-sided maps, it is very possible.
Did you
Like,
say theme park?
did I?
I think
Gosh
you
darn
said
it.
theme park.
Someone just mentioned theme park in chat. So I was like, oh, yeah, theme park. No, this is skyscraper. You're right. It's like
Wait,
the freaking...
Where's theme park anyway? Is that still in ranked? Like, what happened? I'm pretty sure they took it out of, like, the entire map, but I'm pretty sure it's just in quick match.
I have no idea. That map has pretty much fell off the face of the earth, pretty much, which is sad because I think the theme park rework is really good. But that's just me. I know a lot of people don't like it.
I didn't really see the rework, to be honest. Like, there wasn't much difference. Like, I think if they need to do a rework, they need to do something like how they did Consulate.
Oh, I'm talking
and
about the
really
rework
do
from the
everything.
first version of theme park, like from the very
yeah,
beginning.
I wasn't there.
Oh no, neither was I, but I saw it and it looked like absolute garbage, if you ask me. It looked terrible. Unlike OG House, which, by the way, bring back OG House. Screw the
OG
rework,
House,
I don't care.
yep. I did play when OG House was.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That was a
Dude,
step only.
Azami
Take
is
it
so.
away.
Or, yeah, this is Azami. No, this is.
The
that
Zaru taking Dark Matter. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
That's the first
the
pick.
Fortnite person. I mean, I think that's a very powerful in this map because you can just barricade yourself. I mean, do you see Drum? It looks like they're just gonna avoid Drum all in all and then go for.
Oh, the trade there. That's not looking good for Cincinnati Red, as we know that Davenport takes those when they have that number advantage, and they're sustaining it so far, getting trades back-to-back. Are we going to see the push up main stairs, or are we going to possibly see them get flushed out here? We can see 2 picks back-to-back for Cincinnati Red. Oh, but instead, Chaps will be able to take Kodiak, as right now it's not looking good. It's now a 4v2. Oh, and Duck gets cleared as well, tries to take the aggression, and gets taken out from an off angle thanks to Power to finish the job, as we see a grandstanding 7-1 win for Davenport University. Ladies and gentlemen, we have your victors in a sweeping victory as we now conclude the grand finals. Davenport University are your champions for the fall 2023 semester. They are your champions. Congratulations to Davenport. What a way to end it. I mean, I really was expecting things to be super tense and close, but it goes to show, right? Like those disconnects did hurt Davenport, but not enough to break them. No. Quite the opposite. It gave them fuel to break Cincinnati. From the trash talk to the perfect first half.
They were living rent-free in their head.
Yeah, I hate to say it for Cincinnati Red, but I agree. But I mean, you gotta admit though, I mean, they did have a very good comeback on the second half, or on the second half on, Consulate, but it just wasn't enough for Skyscraper. Like Davenport every single time was always able to keep their numbers up. I mean, consistently. And it really goes to show that, those kind of stats, which I'm so glad you brought up, Yoshiro, because it really was in full display here, ended up being too much of Cincinnati Red. I mean, anytime there was a numbers advantage, they didn't really stand a chance. But I mean, they really did put up a fight on those first halves. I kind of called it, though. I did call that if Davenport won Oregon, they were going to win Skyscraper because they had such high sustainability on that map. And what do you know? I called it. I kind of called it. But I wouldn't have been able to do that if it wasn't for your analyses, Yoshiru. I do appreciate that, so thank you. But I mean, before we move on to the interview, Yoshiru, do you have any final thoughts on these matches, or specifically what we just witnessed on Skyscraper? Although I believe it's pretty straightforward what happened.
Yeah, it was really kind of sad of like how it went. Like after like maybe like the fourth round of like where Davenport was on this map, it was kind of like okay. And just like it just kind of looked like they were just getting bulldozered. But
Yeah, just
I
a
mean,
little
I saw,
bit.
Cincinnati really tried hard though. I mean, like Oregon was a great map. They tried very hard and like you could see it. Well,
yeah,
like
for sure.
shot with like Consulate as well, they did keep it going and whatnot. But inevitably, I think Davenport were just better gamers, I guess to put it, or like
Well, in
better
this
gunners.
case,
I don't know.
for Skyscraper at least, absolutely. But
Yeah.
coming up next, we have an interview with Davenport. So stay tuned for that, and we will be right back. One last interview to close out the season, and we'll see you guys in just a second. Stay tuned. You ain't gonna want to miss this.
Bathroom dead. I'm in
gonna
bathroom.
I'm gonna keep holding flank.
Captain dead.
Going up blue.
Bathroom dead. I'm in bathroom.
I'm gonna keep holding flank.
Captain dead.
Going up blue.
Diffuser down closet.
Show me.
Kids are foul. You just.
From below, man, you can get in. And the drop down, Ram
can't stop, no, I can't stop. No, I can't stop.
All right, and we are back, everyone. We just witnessed Davenport University win it out in a striking 7-1. So, firstly, I just want to say congratulations on being the champions of Midwest R6 for fall 2023. I mean, what a way to end it. Holy.
Thank you. Thank you. What I do have to say is that it was a little harder than I had anticipated. As you can see from my quote, you know, we played UC quite a lot. We expected a 2-0 win, but with Toothless crashing every second during map 2, then, you know, a little harder fought victory than we may have liked. But you know, it feels good to be the champions, you know. Like I said countless times in Trash Talk, we own this league, and to finally show people that we do feels good.
Yeah, it seemed like you definitely kind of owned the place there, at least on the third map. But I do want to kind of ask you about what was it, Consulate? Because you guys,
Okay.
if it wasn't for the fact of those disconnects, I really did feel like you had it there. You had not played that map once in this league, at least from what our metrics had tracked. So
Correct.
I want to ask you, was that intentional? Did you intentionally drag out any kind of strats or plays? Because you had a serious swap up on the last defense prior to the half with that composition of having all that stall utility on the site. Was that intentional, you know, not playing that map?
Yes, so we saved Consulate for the very end. We didn't want to pull it out until playoffs for all leagues. So until we played like UCF or Ohio State or Akron potentially, and then obviously grand finals against UC, we didn't want to play Consulate whatsoever. We just weren't comfortable on that map. So it wasn't until the last like week and a half-ish where we started to actually strat it and scrim it. We felt confident enough to, like I say, pull out that 2-0 win against UC. It's just unfortunate due to all the crashes that we incurred.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you know, it's hard to predict that. And I mean, Ubisoft did say that they fixed that, and clearly that's not the case.
Yeah.
We gotta love Ubi. But I mean, we kind of talked about that while that match was going on, was like, you know, a possibility of being brought on. But I mean, that's really smart of you guys to kind of identify that you really hadn't played that map at all and use that as an opportunity to come up with something. Because clearly it did have Cincinnati Red on the ropes, at least until all the DCs got really bad in the second half. So, I mean,
Yeah.
despite that, you know, being a loss, that was still very well done, you know, being able to take that as an opportunity. Because, I mean, it did get played, and you guys got quite a lot of rounds prior to. So, I mean, good on you for that. But moving on to map 3, I mean, did you really expect it to kind of go out in your favor to the magnitude that it did? And why would that be? I was expecting it to be a little bit closer, but we saw, thanks to Yashiru, that you guys had a really high survival rate on that map. So what was going on there?
Yeah, so Skyscraper is one of those maps that we do not mind playing whatsoever. We've played teams like I don't know. Like we played a lot of T3 teams on it. We've played, you know, Oni and Columbia College on it, so they're aggressive. You know, it's just one of those maps where we feel confident because we have a lot of our strats are very unique in some ways, because we have a lot of crosses for that map, and it's just a map that most people aren't comfortable playing. Especially attacking wise, it's a very difficult map to attack on. So, you know, that's why we dropped won the first round even on attack, but then we figured out how they like to play, and then we just ended it there 7-1. Just I don't know. I felt confident in the guys too, so.
Yeah, well, the confidence was definitely there. Wait a minute, you said that you used that rush to get information on how they were going to play it for your follow-up attack. That was intentional?
Yeah, so the main reason why we rushed is to one, set the tone, and then two, to see how they would react to such an aggressive play. We tried to do that with Consulate, but because we had Toothless crashing a lot, it was kind of hard to play like a swing, swing, swing play style.
Right.
So that's why we were just like, you know what? We'll do it for Skyscraper. We'll do it first, attack round, especially. I mean, on defense, we swung a lot. You saw Chap swinging everything, and he had, what, 12 kills, 13 kills. He was carrying the team at the end right there, but it's just that mentality that we wanted to have for that last map is really set the pace and, really show what we were capable of, because we really did think that we could just outgun UC.
In a lot of cases, it showed that you did. But I mean, like, and here's another question that I kind of have. I feel like the big factor for you guys having that decisive win at Skyscraper was how you always managed to keep your numbers up. And it seemed like you guys really took advantage of that. Did you keep that in mind, trying to keep your numbers up on the defense prior to an attempted execute from Cincinnati Red? Or was it really just a straight up just take the fights to them and it just kept ending up in your favor? Or was sustainability and numbers a thing in mind?
It's always in mind to keep, man count to our advantage. In our case, it obviously worked out very well with the swings that we did during the match. But yeah, of course, we always kept it in mind. We don't like being down man count, even if you're on the defense. And time is your ally. UC had some, they had some coordinated and wacky-ish attacks. A lot of pinches, a lot of two-way takes where you're not really sure. Are they going to take admin side on concept, for instance, or are they going to do a yellow push? They kind of had two ways going at once at all times. And so main count was definitely a priority because, if one or two guys go down on one side of the map, we're stretched thin and it would be a 3v5 and it's just not favorable for us, especially on a map like Skyscraper and you have all of these lines of sights and crosses, just keeping all that in mind, then yeah, main count was our highest priority.
No, and I could tell from the way that you handled yourself there. I mean, like you really didn't give away lives unnecessarily, and that was I felt really crucial. Like, even when you're trying to take those fights to them, you didn't just overly just, aggress the whole time, which I think was really important and so well done, keeping those numbers up, still taking the fight to them, but not really forcing it. But passing the torch over to you, Yashiro. Do you have any questions for our friend here?
Yeah, so I have a question. So when you guys were crashing on the map too, like how were like the comms and like that mentality? Because I mean like crashing and like having that go up and down.
Right. It was kind of hard to kind of keep a good mental state, because we were up in rounds and then, we started to experience the crashes and then UC started to get some rounds on us and it was just starting to get frustrating because we knew the map could have been over way sooner than it actually did happen and we easily could have won map 2 if those crashes didn't happen. So comms they were fine for the most part. Obviously, a little frustration, but we just tried to do as best that we could with the main count that we had. Starting off of round 4v5 because of a crash sucks and it's hard, but we tried to adapt as well as possible. And on most of the rounds, it was when they were expo and piano, and you need that coordination taking upstairs and then being able to go down. So it was just very hard to kind of grasp what we needed to, especially in the little time that we already had.
Yeah, I definitely see where that was coming from watching that map. And I guess like I don't really have any more questions except I guess do you have anything to say to Cincinnati since you guys beat them?
To Cincinnati, we love you boys. You guys are always gonna be friends to us, but like I said in the pregame interview, winning's more important to us. Maybe we'll catch you, next semester. Maybe we'll catch you in the finals again, but until then, we love you guys. Especially to all the DU fans. We love all the DU fans as well. Everyone who supports us, and feels good to be champs.
Yeah. No, for sure. Before we end this, I do want to ask one last question. Oregon, definitely was one of the closest matches, I would say, of the three maps by far, if you ask me, with how it, kind of played out. There wasn't really disconnects or anything like that to get away. It was just a raw, close fight. Were you expecting to Oregon to be as close as it was? And what kind of hiccups really, kind of made for difficulties on Oregon? Because it did seem like really anybody's map there, even though it was your pick.
I mean, Oregon's one of those maps where it's very default. We know that Cincinnati really likes Clubhouse, so we banned it. We know that they like Bank, so we were seeing if they were going to ban it or because we like Bank too. So Oregon was just one of those maps where it was a safe pick because we felt, again, confident that we could just outgun UC in a lot of the manners that we were able to achieve. I wasn't expecting it to be as close as it was, but I feel like Oregon's one of those 50-50 maps. Everyone knows it like it's the back of their hand. There were some rounds where, they had someone in security when they were basement and we just didn't drone security, and then they had a guy top freezer, so they were able to get 2 picks off of us. Something we didn't anticipate, something we just, miscommunication, misdroning, just simple things like that. Nothing really caught us off guard per se. It was just, not playing to 100% the level that we can play at, and part of that can be due to me being sick. I just didn't feel good all game until like that second half of Consulate. But
Yeah.
no, I mean, like I said, it was a 50-50 map. It always is going to be. So nothing too surprising there.
Yeah, you can only force your way so much for Oregon until that 50-50 element always comes back. So, I mean, yeah, that's kind of inevitable. But I think that's going to be all the questions I have. Do you have any shout outs that you'd like to give? Any announcements before we close up this season for good?
Shout out to all the teams that we played against. It was great competitions all the way through. Hopefully in the next semester we see, a slight difference in the divisions. Hopefully we can see some other teams. Shout out to my teammates, Chaps, Toothless, Aresh, aka Faker, Power, Dolly. Shout out to all of them. Hey, this team is great. We fell short on a couple other leagues, but we're glad that we're champions in this one. Just to prove everyone, like I said, we own Midwest, and we're looking to repeat next semester.
Yeah, well, we look forward to you doing just that for the next semester. Well, with that being said, Nazaru, is that how you say your name?
Yeah, it's either way. Nazaru. I don't really have a preference.
Yeah, that's valid. But I mean, I thank you for your time for the interview, and of course, once again, congratulations for winning Midwest R6 for the fall semester.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, we're glad to have you. Thank you. All right. And with that concluded, Shiru, do you have any final thoughts for us before we close this out for good?
We'll just have to see what next season is. I'm excited to like be able to cast like more of next season, hopefully, because I think I started casting like the end of this season. So, I'll actually have to pay attention to what people are doing and stuff. But
Keep a close eye on the happenings and the whatnots.
oh yeah.
But yeah, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this now fully concludes the grand finals of Midwest R6 for fall of 2023. That said, we'll see you next year. Thank you to all the Sheldon stands in the chat. Thank you to production for making this possible. And thank you to Yashiru for joining me. And with that, I'm Piercing DN, and this has been the Midwest R6 Grand Finals with Yashiro. And
Bye.
with that, thank you, and we'll see you next year.